There it goes. Okay. Let me turn on the music. There we go. This way you'll be able to hear me. I've got my new toy set up. I have been using it more and I'm loving it. So we're doing a new bag. Let me see. Trim what's over there. Okay. So we're doing the bubble bag. I thought that would be super cute. Using some super adorable vinyl that's coming to Night Till Dawn. The glitter vinyl is already available. I'm really excited for this bag because Amber from Crafty Reporter, she's already done it. Like, look at how cute that is. Isn't that the most adorable? Let's see. I was showing my husband last night. Okay. So y'all get to watch me stare into the void here and there when I don't remember what I'm doing. And I have notes. Now, I will say, normally I am a very avid thought process of make the bag the way it's done the first time so that you can really get used to it. I am breaking that rule today. I don't know why. Yes, I do think so as well. I think that's one of the reasons why I was like, yeah, I got to do this dang bag. But I love using strikes to do a new bag. Because if I really like how everything works, then I can get more in the pre-order. Even though it's hard for me to use my precious assistants. So, for the pockets, the first change I've already done. With the pockets, the front slip pocket and the side pockets. This is what I do for pretty much all of my backpacks that are bound. I don't have a lining that I cut out. I use heat transfer vinyl on one side. So I'll fold over the edge on the top, the seam allowance. I will top stitch and then I will add the heat transfer vinyl, as you can see, just kind of like right there. That way it's not affecting. I try to use a thin heat transfer vinyl so that you really can't feel like your hand isn't going to brush against something rough, which is why I do put the heat transfer vinyl after I top stitch it, so that that line there from the vinyl isn't harsh on it. If you're using fabric, definitely go ahead and use a lining. But when it comes to vinyl and a bound bag, I try not to add that bulk. So I have done that for my side pockets and for my front slip pocket. Also, because I'm using a vinyl, Amber did mention that it's a little tough to get into that front pocket with the flaps. So I trimmed off, where that little piece is that you sew so that this is a completely enclosed edge. I went ahead and just cut straight down that. Good morning, Leanne. I cut straight across that. So I pretty much cut the side seam allowance off. And I'm going to make it, it's going to be a little bit smaller. So the sides are not cut into the, or not cut in, cut's the wrong word. So the sides are not tied into that. This way, the whole flap can be lifted. And I think it'll be a little bit easier to get into that, pocket this way. Let me see. Also, because of that change, now I do know that putting the flap in the seam strengthens that back pocket. So I put a piece of Decoville Light cut out of the seams. I even kind of frank-infused a tiny piece there. This way it still has some strength to it. And I didn't interface my front. I did interface my my flap. So what it will do is we'll be putting that there. Maybe. And then putting the flap up here. And this way it's out of the seam allowance and you can get into that pocket easier. I love that little pocket. And I think the way the flap is done, it does make it more secure. My one piece, that's a body pillow. Let me see. Yeah, see Instagram. That right there is what they're talking about. My one piece body pillow. I've got a couple of them. I really need to get rid of them, but I used to have problems sleeping, so I had to I would cut and sew at night. The problem is I listen to a lot of horror podcasts and horror books and horror everything, and that does not make for sanity's helper when you're sewing at night and that window is so creepy because it looks out to mostly trees right there. And so one night I was like, I couldn't find a curtain, so I just put a couple of those pillowcases up. And my husband came in. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm keeping the monsters out." He's like, "Okay, baby, just try to get some sleep later." Oh, it just cracks me up. Because every time somebody mentions that, that's all I can think of is why they're there. But yes, so that's going to be, I think that's going to be really cute. Boop. And all I cut off was the side seam allowance on it. So I still kept that edge and I still kept the length. Now they are curtains. You are correct. Now they are curtains. I'm going to set that aside. Because first I have my bottom piece, which I'm going to put this together a little differently than she does. Maybe I'm debating on that because it's not a bad idea the way she has it put together. I'm just kind of used to the way I do my backpacks, and she has a similar piece setting, like similar pattern pieces, but a different construction. So I'm like, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. How am I going to do this? Instead of Decoville Heavy, because I'm starting to run low and I need to do classic wallets. So, hold on. I made my coffee a little sweet today. And I know it's a little later in the day. Once again, the husband strikes again on messing up my schedule. Actually, he wasn't supposed to go in till 9. That's why I was coming on at 10. But I guess he got a call and had to go in early. So, and I know he woke me up and said goodbye or whatever, but it doesn't matter. I was, dead to the world. Good morning, Brenda. Dale, I'm making the bubble bag. Oh, who is it by? I've got the link for it in my bio. Sarah Merriam, which I just need to get on this lovely, lovely lady's Patreon, because I saw what Amber's working on for a hip pouch and I love the design and I think I'm going to need it in my life. It's definitely interesting because she's got a cutting list and then she's got another cutting list. And I'm a terribly impatient person now when it comes to reading patterns. Why are you making so much noise? Sorry, my laptop's being loud today. Though, thank you. I officially have enough subscribers that if I want to use a phone, I can to stream. So, yay. So I am using a piece of Peltex. It's 71, so it doesn't have any glue on it. But what I'm going to do is I've put a couple pieces of double-sided tape just to keep it from moving. I'm going to measure in. Where are you at? This one. I'm in a Discord for the Indie Pop, for Indie Pop that's in Indianapolis right now. So if I do half, that should be fine, right? Let's do 5/8. And this will be the first year after 6 years in a row going to Indie Pop that I won't be there. So I'm very sad about it, but I'm just trying to help friends that are there. It's just that last year we didn't do as well, so we didn't go ahead and rebuy our booth. And it was twofold reasons for it. It was the amount that we didn't make. We barely broke even, and that's on all expenses. And that's the first time in 4 years. Actually, I've never just broken even on Indie Pop, so that was disheartening. And then the fact that it's this weekend, which is the same weekend as C2E2, I just feel like I went with my instinct, and it said to just kind of step back from this one and focus on making sure that I have enough stuff for Dragon Con, as well as enough stuff, enough things going on. Like I have a vinyl order that will already be here Monday that I'm just like, what? But always intimidated with backpack. Okay, so backpacks are a lot of pieces sometimes. What I recommend is if you feel intimidated by a backpack type bag, to start with the Fortuna by ISY Sews. I love that bag. I use that in different scales. Hi, Charlie. And that, if you do it at 100%, you'll, what in the world song are they playing? Oh, B-Rock. Okay, that's why. Might switch to 80s. We'll see. This is not going to work, is it? Nope, I am not going to be able to see this pen on this. Very, very shiny. So we're going to do something else. Nope. But with a larger size backpack, sometimes that's actually a little bit easier than using a smaller one. Why do I only have wide freaking washi tape? And for the reason that you can kind of get around those curves a little easier. Yes, there you are. There. Sometimes it's a little easier to get around the curves of it. And if you're okay with binding, then you'll do fine. I am not a fan of a backpack that is not bound because I feel like you're really depending on your zipper panel to hold up the whole lining, and it feels like it's going to be floppy. Floppy is the word I want. Baggy, saggy, and saggy. It's going to be baggy and saggy. So normally I would just draw a line on here. However, silver pen and super shiny, super duper shiny vinyl is not going to cut it. It won't show, obviously. You could just leave this taped in or you could glue it, but I'm going to just stitch around and lock that piece in. I saw somebody do something on a pattern. God, I wish I knew which pattern it was, but it was brilliant. So they took their fleece or Decoville Light. I think it's the New Bella bag. Yes. Or Rosa did it in her New Bella bag. she has you sew the out of seam interfacing into uh like an SF-101 or something like that, and then fuse that onto the bag piece. And I'm like, you know what? Shut up. You're you're freaking amazing. You're brilliant. That is, it's one of those ideas that you're like, why the hell did I not think of that? Why? But to be fair, the only reason I thought about putting boning, yes, I know the classic has it. I've been putting boning in my zipper panels for a long time because I didn't like how they were sagging on the Erica. But the only reason I thought of that to do that is honestly because I was at one point a seamstress and would make corsets. So no, I do not make corsets anymore. Those are, I would rather make 1,000 bags I dislike than make another corset. They're very challenging is the diplomatic way to say it. And the way that my head goes every time somebody's like, hey, would you ever make a corset? I go, oh, hell no. They're a pain in the ass. Dang it. I didn't quite get it. Come on. There we go. Now, because this is a decorative stitch, I'm trying to make sure that I'm getting right into those corners of the tape. You know, it's funny, whenever I watch Lauren's video and she starts kind of like doing the straps, she does this kind of thing with her head like she's listening to a song or something. And it just always, anytime it just started like when she does that going do 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 do. I don't know. I always have random music in my head, so like I have to have something on at night when I go to sleep. Otherwise, I'll have just a random song playing in there. Like there was one night when Wake Me Up Before You Go Go was playing so loud in my head that it was giving me a headache. And it was like somebody kept turning up the stereo. And I'm like, I need you to stop. And normally I would pull these threads back, but for some reason I did not. Because I did not backstitch because it's a decorative stitch. Oh, no, and the best thing about washi tape, by the way, and it's another thing I highly recommend for you to have in your sewing drawer, is that it's reusable for quite a few things. So I I usually keep it. Now, I will warn you, it curls. This one didn't curl, so that's good. Probably because I went straight up. But, oh no, see there. It curls on itself, which helps and is a pain in the butt later sometimes. But I just stick mine to the side until I can use it again, or or the cat decides that this is now their new toy, and why did I keep this from them? Why am I a bad cat mommy? Charlie was very affectionate yesterday. He wanted all my attention so much that he had to sit here most of the day, and he kept jumping up on the cutting table. And it's not that I don't want him on the cutting table for any other reason than I don't want him to accidentally jump onto an open blade, like my scissors or the rotary cutter. Oh, I'm going to have to add some milk to that. That is sweet. Okay, so see? I'm trying to decide if I want to put purse feet. I will think on that. Let me just get them. Okay. I don't believe this is in the pattern, but I like purse feet on any type of bag that I'm going to set down, even because this isn't just a backpack. It can be a shoulder bag as well. I just like adding something on the bottom to protect the vinyl a little bit more. I always add an odd number of purse feet. Like I wouldn't do 6 across. I'll do 2 on the side and 1 in the middle here. Because that will give it a little bit, it kind of supports the butt a little better. There's no sag. Come on, yeah. There we are. Put those away. I have a little bag under here that I keep all of my... Oh, so yeah, see, it tacks that in. So now this isn't going anywhere. That's going to stay put. And the only reason I used tape was just to kind of keep it situated so the stitching didn't get missed. Oh boy. Okay. I haven't even gotten to like to the meat of this pattern yet. But the good news is where did my pin go? And like all of my pins are like disappearing. I found these. I need to find them on Amazon again. But it's a keychain. And it has a dry erase marker, a highlighter, a little light. Oh, there it is. Little light on it. And then it's got this pin that also has a clip that is like the little, this brings me back to my childhood, definitely. It's got all the different colors that you can choose, the little ink. And it's all attached onto this that has a ring that can open up. And I found these and I'm like, I mean, you're probably not wrong. It is probably Charlie. He will push a pin under the door of the, I'll use this one, of the hallway closet, and then he will sit in front of the door just crying. And I'm like, what, baby? What's wrong? And as soon as I see where he is, I'm like, oh, you pushed your toy underneath again. And it's not that he doesn't have 1,000 toys in this house, because all he ever wants to do is play with the plastic eggs. I generally like to go an inch on each side of the stabilizer. I figure that gives enough room to sew around it without it getting in the way. Okay. Really need to get a new blade. Come on. Because I like using this scalpel because I just push in, and as wide as it'll be is as wide as the blade, as long as I'm just pushing all the way in and not moving the blade really too much. Where are you at? Oh, got some Tony Braxton. Nice. Ow, toes. So Aaron was off Wednesday and Thursday, and he doesn't usually get 2 days off, let alone 2 days off in a row. And Wednesday, he's been getting this urge to move, and I'm like, dude, I don't have time for that nonsense. So we're just going to stay put for a little while. But I've been getting the urge to reorganize. So we chose the living room. There you are. To redo. And it was mainly because we have all these books and they're not getting read because we don't read physical books really anymore. And I'm like, listen, the best thing we can do for these books is to donate them or sell them or whatever, because they're not getting read. And that makes me sad that a book just sits on a shelf. Especially when I see a lot of book talkers who love reading their physical books. And I'm like, that's fantastic. That's just not me. I can no longer sit still to read a book. About 15 minutes into reading, my mind is starting to pull away from the book and start to think of everything that needs to be done. All the stuff I want to do. I wanted to try to make a dress. I wanted to try to do this. I need to get this done. I got to cut out this. I've got to ship these orders. This is the type of thing that goes through my head. Somebody asked me one time to describe my thought process. And I said, well, there's two ways. There's the easy way to describe it, which is Pinky in the Brain. Oh, that's what I do. I love audiobooks. I absolutely adore them. That's what I mean. That's all I really do is I listen to audiobooks. That's how I've started to get back into reading. I read at least 2 to 3 books a week now because of them. So I need more recommendations for horror books too. I love supernatural horror. But I told them, I was like, if you ever watch Pinky in the Brain, my thought process is Pinky. That is pretty much how my brain works. I said, if you haven't seen Pinky and Brain, the other way to describe it is turn on the radio and put a song on. Then turn your TV on and put a random TV show on. Put on a YouTube video on your phone and then find another thing to play music. Go turn on your car. Have all of these things going on. That is how my brain is. It is in a constant whir of motion. It does not shut up. To the point that if I'm almost glad to be by myself in the house, because I have to have my inner monologue has to be spoken out loud. Otherwise, I don't hear it over everything else going on in my head. There's probably some really good meds for that. I need to find that out. But I do love a good audiobook, and I do love a podcast. We did purge. I call it purging. It's about every 6 months, because if you haven't seen something for 6 months, you really need it. Yeah, you can't sew. Believe me, I've tried. You cannot sew and read subtitles very well. So I tend to watch stuff when I'm cutting, because for some reason it keeps me a little bit more focused. Right now I'm on a rewatch of Vampire Diaries, but I do have some other things that I want to watch that, again, I used to be a sub girly too, and dubbed is so much easier when you have to have your hands busy at the same time, especially because anime makes me want to draw. So I've got paper tape on the back to protect my hands and also to protect everything else from it. And then we got I love that little tippy tap. Little tippy tap. I like that Peltex. That might be find my notes. Okay. So now we're actually going to look at the instructions. So the instructions are going to be a little bit different from me, mainly because I've kind of cut out some things or changed some things. So it has you do the slip pocket first, the front slip pocket. I appreciate that she puts the letter in the instructions. Hey, Sierra. We're making the bubble bag. Told you I was going to make it. I thought about buying it when Amber made it. And I saw you making it. And I was like, oh, now I just have to buy it. I know. This is going to be an upcoming pre-order with Night Till Dawn. This is the designs from Podtastic Designs. Her stuff. So gorgeous. I have the little duckies coming in. Also, I'm approved. I just have to buy the license. I'm approved to do webbing with the little duckies. Oh no. Listen, I know those. The shove it to the side for a hot minute, becoming a month. Struggle bus is real. I must sew my label on. So yes, ducky webbing. For the has-been, Podtastic did a design that has the little duckies on it. I think I might actually have a picture of it. I should. It should be in my patterns. Should be the operative word. Where are you at? Patterns. Nope, that's the wrong patterns. Oh. This is what happens when you over organize your Dropbox. I might not have put it in here. I did title it, didn't I? Yes, there it is. Just so that y'all know what I'm talking about. They're so stinking cute. So let me get my stitch link down. I'm going to put my label on, especially going to go get my label, but I'm putting my label backing on. Ooh, where are you going? Oh, I did not think about that. Oh, well. Sometimes I'm clever, and sometimes my cleverness is a little ahead of my thought process. I'll show you what I mean in just a moment, because I have to figure out something now. Okay, that'll be what I have to do. Okay, so I forgot I was going to put my label here. And what I usually do with a pocket that's going to be inside the seams on a bound bag is I do a heat transfer vinyl on the back. What I should have done was put my tag on first, because now I'm going to have my tag sticking out back here. I have an idea. I'm just like, well, poop about this right now. Oh, Lord have mercy. Who are you and what do you want? So I'm turning on my heat press real quick. because I have scraps that I can put over this. So this is going to be fun. Maybe I keep this bag for myself. See, the big deal of this is not that I sewed through the heat transfer vinyl and that it'll show up in there. You won't really see that. The issue is going to be the prongs. Now, if I had a cork label or something like that with my name on it, I would put that there and just be done with it for the day. However, I do not. So we're just going to make this work. Because guess what? It'll be fine. It will be fine. First one, changing my stitch length back so I don't forget. Yeah, that looks about right. I'm just so excited to do this bag. I think it's going to be really cute. But I'm not going to lie. I'm also a little nervous because I'm making changes. And I'm making those changes based on other backpacks I've done. I'm also making changes on that based on the fact that I know some folks have been like, you should use lighter vinyls and things like that for these. Well, apparently I don't mind a challenge. Actually, no, that is correct. I do not mind a challenge. But that is also why I waited till I got my strike fabric in to try this. Because I knew that's what I wanted to do with it. So as you can see, that would be not only seen but felt. So this is the problem right here. Again, I don't mind the stitching. The stitching's no big deal. It even just kind of looks interesting that there's just this random box. What's the random box for? You never know. What we're going to do, I have an idea. I promise you. Come on. Good. There we go. All right. Still protecting those. I'm going to put that piece over it. And then we're going to see how well this works. Oh, it's fate. Okay. So, bam. Perfect little scrap. I didn't throw this away. Why? Because we're crafters. We don't throw anything away. So I'm just going to put that right over there and bam, you won't be able to tell it's there. But what have we learned from this? Double check our cleverness sometimes. Okay, so. And it's not really a cleverness thing. It's just I like to not add thickness. So I want to make sure that that's not going to be there. Oh yeah, I have giant Ziploc bags separated. Like this is all my Decoville. This was actually much, much bigger, but I started frankenfusing a bunch of stuff just to make it work. But yeah, scrap bins are the best. All right. Now that that's set, I'm going to put that right over. We've been through. I will make it up to you. All right. So mainly my biggest concern is how well the pressure is going to go against the prongs of the name tag. I think it's going to be okay because I put that piece of tape over it. Good Lord, I have barely started one and I've already had to adjust something. Oh. Okay. Well, so far so good. Ooh. What happened here? Come on, let go. There we go. There. Now this is, oh, by the way, something I learned just recently since I started using different vinyls for this is that some of them are a cold peel vinyl, meaning that you don't want to peel it when it's hot. It stretches it. So you want to make sure that it's cooled before you peel it. It'll say on there, a lot of the industry ones like Cricut and the Caesar ones, Silhouette, those are hot peel. So it's as soon as it's pulled up, you double check it and then you peel it off. But some of the off-brand ones are a cold peel. This is an off-brand one. I got this for like way less than Cricut and that. Oh, that's what I'll do. I'll link some of those in my Amazon for y'all too. When I do my Pocket Pals, which I have some cut and sew ones coming that I'm so excited for because I did them myself and hopefully I didn't mess them up. When I don't do a lining inside, I just do a heat transfer piece on it. Okay. I also learned that you don't want to try to cool things off like this on your cutting pad because that tends to warp it a little bit. All right, that should be good. Yep. And when you peel off heat transfer vinyl, you want to pull back and then just kind of do this slide thing. Like, you don't want to lift up. All right. And look at that. It's like it's not even there. You can just barely see that random little square there. Rectangle. I know my shapes, I promise you. At least I didn't call it a triangle this time. So our front pocket is done. Yeah, I swear I did get some sleep. I fell asleep playing solitaire on my phone. It kept telling me there were no more moves. I'm like, what are you talking about? So that part of it's done. Then we need to do the flap. So what you normally do in the instructions is you take your lining and this. Are the Caesars, some of them cold peel? Okay. I wasn't 100% sure. But I tend to keep them separate. And sometimes I just guess. I'm like, wait, is this like, I wasn't sure if this was a cold peel and then I kind of forgot about it. And then I was like, okay, well, I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? If it is a warm peel and you accidentally let it cool, all you have to do is just give it a quick press so that it warms up a little bit more and then peel it. The glitter ones are probably a lot of those I know are cold peel because of how much there is on it. But you take your two front slip pieces, you sew them together, flip them wrong sides together, top stitch, and that's done. And add your label if that's what you're doing. So I'm putting that there to the side. Now, I'm using rivet magnets. There they are. Okay, I'm using rivet magnets because those are the only ones I have in rainbow. I wanted Charlie to have rainbow hardware because she believes that everybody's got a rainbow inside of them. Front slip. Okay, so I have all these notes that I made while I didn't even have the dang thing cut out. The pattern pieces cut out and I was making notes. So that is a success. So I'm going to put a okay, we're going to see how well that works in a moment. That's the gusset. Like I did the Fortuna. And okay. So far, we have a success on our notes. Here we are. Okay. So I'm going to do the flap now. I rough cut my stuff out. And because I do that, I use these longer clips so that I'm not scrunching up but because I'm using rivets, I don't have to put a magnet yet. I can just put it in when I need it. Okay. Never needed it. So, because this is a vinyl, and I want to make sure that these corners do really well, I'm going to do a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Then I'm going to go back in at a 3/8. That'll give me a double line of stitching, and it'll give me a chance to keep a nice seam allowance without having to trace out the seam around it. Feed 2 birds with 1 scone. 1, 4. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Walnut. Here we go. Okay. I thought about doing rainbow thread, but I really like the way the red's going to look. Fine, we'll do it from this side. Okay, so now I'm going to go back in at 3/8. Tiberius is a little persnickety today. I'm starting to get used to using the zapper. Where are you at? Righty. So yeah, I have 2 lines of stitching. Now that's the other reason that I don't cut out. I do a rough cut is just so that if sometimes it just feels like it feels like no matter what, when I cut out, if I cut it out exactly the same size, it's gonna just shift weird, and then I'm not gonna catch the lining. Also, again, by the time I'm doing these, when I get to the lining, I am just done for the day. Because cutting steals the light from my soul, feels like. All right. Bone folder. If you do not have one of these, I will link it in my Amazon shop because these are so good. Because you've got a nice pointy tip here, and then you've got a really good rounded tip. And it's good for seams as well. All right. There we go. I don't know why I picked green. I have no idea why I picked green for the lining. I just thought it would be a fun pop of color. I feel like Charlie would appreciate it. No, my cat Charlie is not named after Charlie from Has Been. He's actually named after Charlie Day. And it's a little bit of Charlie Day, the person, and a little bit of Charlie Day, his character on Always Sunny. And a lot of that is because when we picked him out, when Aaron picked him out, he was very chill and just quiet. And then, like 10 minutes after we got him home, he was zooming around the house like the meds had worn off. And he still swears up and down that they bait and switched us, that they drugged him to keep him chill. And I'm like, they don't think that's what they did. He did have some medicine that he was on, so the medicine might have worn off. But you chose him. You picked him. Yes, I have. I have she's the one that did the Austin, I believe. And I believe, yes. Always Sunny. Shut up, honey. I see you. Yeah, you picked him. I mean, he's my cat for sure, but you picked him. The Austin. Yes, I am dying. I really, really, really want to try that bag. It looks like so much fun. Just so you know, I do get intimidated by some of these patterns too. Sometimes I look at them I'm like, nah, no, that ain't gonna work. Nope. I'm trying to get better about watching their creation, so I know that I have some chance of doing it. So I've got that all nice and pressed out. I'm gonna top stitch it. There we go. Now, if you have a little trouble with your top stitching, wanting to, like the back of it looking where you want it to look, it's sometimes because you still have too much in your seams. So go over a little bit, and that can help too. But trimming your seams down nicely, especially with like pinking shears, is always a good idea. Especially with curves. Okay. Zap. Zap. My husband has a customer that brings him like little Debbie cakes and stuff. And I'm so happy because there's a couple of Star Crunches in the refrigerator. And I'm like, yay, Star Crunch. Nope, I don't want that. Yeah. I think after this next set of batch sew for the carpet royalty line, I'm going to do the Austin. I need to do it. But there's my flap. Sorry, I got lost in the thought process. Now, I don't know what it is, but whenever I do the measurements, hang on a moment. Will you leave your sister alone? She doesn't want to play. I'm gonna let her beat you up. You know, it's like I have kids, I swear. Except mine are, at least if I just throw food in a bowl on the floor, I don't get in trouble for it. Forget my past. If you wanna get with me, better make it now. So I'm checking my centers, and it looks like a little off. Because I do mark my centers at the table as much as I can. But sometimes the seam allowance gets away from me. So I just reclip my center. But every time I use like a measure, I don't think Tiamat wants to play, and Charlie is refusing to accept this agreement. So just ignore the screaming in the background, please. I am. Okay, so where are you at? Here you are. Okay, so now it says to attach the magnets, based assembly, middle on second, front, middle C pieces, right side, wrong sides together. Hang on, I gotta read this again. Because I'm really just trying to go through and look at the pictures. Yeah, you heard me. Yeah, I'm like, hey, she gonna beat you. Because my little girl, when she don't want to play, she lets him know. I also think she's just being a little baby sometimes, like melodramatic when it comes to play. Because I've seen him walk up to her, like he's about to pounce, and she just like whacks him on the head, and he just walks away. Like, not today. Today he did not flip around and find out. Yeah, make snips, pinking shears, turn flap, top stitch. Okay. Place front middle pocket. That's this. Ooh, still warm under my heat press. Because I'm terrible. I use the sliding drawer as an extra table. Okay, so okay. So after you do the pocket, you baste it to your middle. Again, this is definitely, I'm really glad I added some Decoville light on this piece. But that's because I'm using a very light piece. If you're using fabric for this, I would use like a Sew Fuse Plus or a Geek Fuse Plus. There you are. Okay. That's a little short. That's okay. Okay, do that. So I'm kind of clipping this together. So what I will probably do when I make this again, because I kind of get the feeling I'm going to want to make this a couple more times. I usually make a pattern at least 2 to 3 times, because the first time you're just learning it, and the second time you're kind of getting your groove, and the third time is when you really find out, do I love making this, or does this shred my soul to pieces just to think about making it? Okay. Where you go? There you are. Oh yeah, that is definitely what I wanted. Okay, so that's my front panel. So normally your flap extends out here and goes into the seams. I've opted not to do that because I'm using vinyl pieces. I feel like it's going to be too hard to get into that pocket. So now what I'm trying to decide is, do I want to do 2? No, I'm going to do 1. I have because I'm using rivets, I feel like if I put 2 here, it's going to look like nipples. And I'm not making no Batman Forever bag here. If you know, you know. So I'm just going to put 1. Okay, so what we're going to do So I'm leaving it kind of on there because I need to see where I'm putting this. And that's the middle. Is that the middle? Sometimes, you think the middle's the middle and then you measure it and you're like, well, I was way off. That 3 1/4. That's the middle. And then sometimes you're like, there's no way that's the middle. And you measure it and you're like, I guess I can just go for myself. Okay. So the wonderful thing about rivet magnets there we go. Okay. And this way, so I poked the hole. Now, to be fair, with regular magnets, you could also use this method of marking because you're going to be covering up that hole anyways. There we are. Okay. Okay. So now I'm not too concerned about the thickness on this, on the flap. I know that's going to work out fine. The thickness on the bottom, I'm a little like, is this thick enough to hold up this magnet? And I think it will be. We'll figure it out. But that's probably another place where I would have to put a piece over it. Like I just have to figure out what I'm doing as I go with this. In a brand new place. Me. Okay. There we go. Where are you at? There you are. Okay, so I have an idea. It's what I had to do before on my NCWs. I'm going to make a hole in a piece of Decoville. This is or not Decoville. This is a scrap of Pellon. Because sometimes all the rivet needs is just a little bit of like almost like a washer. I wonder if the ones from Carolina Little Stitches would work. Oh my goodness, come here. Okay. I did that. So I have this, doggone it. So I have this tiny, tiny piece of Pellon that I've punched a hole in. And I'm going to put that right here. Maybe. Sometimes I look at my nails and I'm like, you're pretty, but good God, you are not helping me right now. That would probably help. I almost wish I had another set of tweezers. I may or may not be looking to get some manufactured because I love these so much. Oh my glob. Okay, this is becoming more troublesome than I need it to be. There we go. No, you son of a motherless goat. Oh my. There we go. Okay. I got it on there and then the dang tweezers pulled it back. So what I'm hoping, yep. Okay. So when I push this together, that little piece isn't going to be, oh, thank you. Yes, Sarah, I really need to get on her Patreon because, yeah. Mm. Okay. Mm. And say if you hear a crash, I usually say I'm okay if I'm okay. Okay. So with rivet magnets, you have two different dies that you use on that. So the outie die goes with the innie magnet piece. Always fun. And you want to, if you're using these as like decorative pieces, you also want to make sure that you don't push too hard and push that post out. There we go. Okay. Oh, the die comes off with the, that's how strong those magnets are. Okay. And see, it's not twisting, and you can't see that little piece of pell on it. Okay, and then, ta-da! See, it almost looks like her little button nose there. But if we'd had two here, I think it, and because of how this slopes, I think we would have been looking at anatomy that we didn't want to look at. Or if you do, again, no judgment. Sometimes I look at that anatomy. Anyway, let's see. Get through my super sweet coffee. Oh. Okay. So, and I'm making some changes to it, Carol. The flap is different because I want to be able, I don't want to have to fight because normally the way it's designed, it's definitely designed for lighter materials because you can only lift it up a little to get into the pocket. This you can lift all the way up. I don't even think with the other design it really needs a magnet, to be honest. But there's the front so far. And I'm going to set this aside. I'm not basting this on because I believe we do based on the back, but we're going to see. So that might still need to be basted. Okay, fun time. Where are you at? Did I pick a zipper? Dang it. I know I had a thought process for it. Yes, this one, I think. Okay. This. Okay, so we've got some options here, which I don't think I like any of these actually. Okay, well, so that's a no. Maybe just a solid black. I think just a solid black is going to be in my best interest for this. Where are you at? Nope. There you are. Yeah. Okay. Goodness, what the hell happened there? That might be a piece to use. Piece. Okay, so I'm going to just use solid black. I know it's black teeth with rainbow hardware. I don't think that's going to matter. It'll look fine. So the way she does the pockets on here is that you trace the box, you put your wrong sides together, and you sew the little box like a zipper pocket is done. Um, I didn't want to do that on vinyl because a lot of times that doesn't like to work very well. The vinyl doesn't want to work with you. So again, it's about a lot of it is knowing your materials. How well are they going to bend, stretch, move? So what I'm going to do, or what I have done, is because it's vinyl, I know I can do raw edge on it. We're gonna do this, huh? We're just gonna, you know what? I didn't want to try it on here, but I just want to get rid of the fuzzies. Okay, that works nicely. All right, so keep scraps of the vinyl that you're working with, because if you're not sure how something's going to be affected, like how is the ink marker going to come off of it? How is a certain paint going to look? This is what's going to help you a lot. Plus, honestly, when the cutout of your zippers are perfect to do like little hooks inside of the bag, which I'm going to be doing. So stay over there. But I wanted to make sure that if I cinched the edges with my zapper, that it was actually not going to burn it. It's mainly making sure that I'm going along the like, so I've got it face up and I'm pushing this up, and then I'm running it at an angle along the bottom. Almost cinched it there. So you definitely want to be careful. But mainly I just wanted to get rid of these fuzzies. Not that this is like a really fuzzy backed one. It's a very light fuzz. But I mean, even with a canvas back, you want to seal those edges, which if you want, you can edge coat this. If you don't want to edge coat it, but you're worried about the fuzzies, just take some of the, let's see, this fray check stuff. I love using this as a base coat for edge coating anyways, but I have actually been converted from this to, I need to tell her about that idea, to Beauty and Geeks, which she's dropping that tonight at 9. So I want to hit that up. Anywho, so I've got those completely cut out, raw edged, and now sealed. And then what I did was I cut out my waterproof canvas. I drew the box. I cut down the center and then did a triangle like you normally would when cutting out that. And then I used double-sided tape and pushed those back. So now I have a nice clean inside. These are linked in my Amazon shop, and they come in a couple of different colors, and it's rechargeable. In fact, it uses the same charging cable that my phone does now. So I'm like, ew. Okay. So she leaves the zipper just kind of chilling out inside. I'm actually going to sandwich mine in between. Now, as you can see, I cut it a little bit bigger around just to make sure that I could shift this if I need to. And then I'll trim off the rounded corner. Because it says for side zippers, place main and lining right sides together. So the rectangle, because, oh, and I didn't put any Decoville here because it's a good vinyl. Yeah, I keep making sure to add more stuff to the shop that I use. And in my Fat Rabbit supply group, I'm trying to post here and there when I get questions on that type of thing. Like, what do you use for this and that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Shoot, I hope I have red binding tape. Nope. Find out in a minute. I might have to use black. Okay, so that should be fine. So I'm going to take some double-sided tape. And I'm just going to I'm going to put some tape along here. I'm going to go a little further out, though, because we're going to be stitching at 1/8 of an inch to put this together. As you can see, I did singe the inside a little bit, but but you can't see it on the outside. That's why I hold it at an angle. Okay, tape there. Might be time to clean my snips. Okay. That should be fine. All right, where are you at, Zipper? I'm going to find a dang end of the zipper here. There you are. Okay. I do like using this for sealing zippers and everything too. When I first got it, I wasn't sure how well because I was barely using it. So I'm like, well, this might not work out the way I want it to. But ever since I figured out that it cinches the zippers nicely and seals them, oops, might help if I do both zippers. And that I can control how much it actually does. Oh, there we are. Didn't quite get those edges. Oop. I do need to figure out. Now I I tore the paper off of one side, of both sides. For me, it's a little bit easier just to do that. And then I've attached the zipper. Now I need to get the pulls. Nope, those aren't my favorite. Oh, for the love of Pete. Nope, those are Star Wars. Oh, that's some little bunnies. Okay, I'll put little bunnies on the side. Trying to decide, do I want to do the bunnies? I think those would be too chunky. I think those work out nicely. Yeah, we'll do those. Okay. You want to make sure that your zipper is zipping up. Okay, so I'm a big fan of not zipping ahead or putting a zipper pull on ahead of time too much, because I really like not having the zipper tape itself knocked to strewn. So I have an idea. And hopefully I remember to put the zipper pulls on. Okay. Just laying that nice and straight. Making sure I have a good chunk at the top, because I did cut my zipper a little long. I think I actually cut it same. I actually cut mine just a smidge shorter than she says, I believe. I'd have to look again. Oh, wait, it's on here, isn't it? Yep, I cut it just a smidge short, which is perfectly fine. What's going on with that edge? There. Oh, Lord have mercy. No. Okay. And that's why I make it longer, because what I'll do is I'll start sewing up here. I'll start sewing here. I'll go up to the top, seal that area, come back down. As I'm starting to come back down, when I hit where I started sewing, then I'll zip up the zipper pull all the way to the top, and then finish zipping. Then I will finish stitching the box. This way my teeth are closed in all places. Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. You know what? Where you at? Where did I put it? Oh, there you are. Covered by tape. I think I thought about using this, but that is not going to work for this bag. Okay. Nope, I'm gonna have to do it by hand. Okay. I didn't make the zipper long enough to do exactly what I wanted to do, but that's okay. Nope. You can make it. Don't think that's right. Also, my pulls are being a little pain in the butt. Come on. Okay. Sometimes different zippers can be a little bit of a pain in the butt, and I'm just going to call that fate. see real quick if it's the zipper pull, if it's me, or if it's the zipper. Because sometimes I've used this zipper tape before, so I don't know why it's being such a pain in the butt. I think it's the zipper tape. I really like the thought of a nice chunky zipper on the side. There we go. Okay. So I have my zipper started into it after y'all got a chance to watch me struggle for like 10 minutes. And sometimes when the coils get cut, they get kind of warped. And that's what will give you a little bit of trouble. It's another reason I really like that zapper, is that I have less chance of warping the coils. There we go. Just want to make sure that it actually is going to zip. There we go. Okay. Didn't think it would. I'm like, I know I've used this combination before. It's just a slight pain in the tuchus. Okay. Sorry about that. Now we're going to take our matching side. Mainly, I'm making sure that the boxes match up nicely. I could use more tape here. I just think pins will be just fine. Clips, whatever you want to call them. Maybe that'll work. Okay. Ow. All right, so there it is. There's one side. Hey, Frida, how you doing, hon? Okay. Now, definitely another reason why I'm glad I cut this a little bit bigger. Let's move that down a little bit, actually. Okay. Yeah, I think if I just like do a nice rough cut and just make sure I have the box in a good place, that this part will go quicker too. And I'll know that. There we go. All right, so again, I'm going to sew around this box, but I'm going to start on this side, like towards the middle area. And that way I'm going to sew up to the top, over. I'm going to back stitch over this part because I want to make sure that it's not going to be pulled out. That's why it does have a little bit of extra zipper up there. And then as I'm sewing back down, when I get to where I started sewing, I'm going to push my zipper pull all the way to the top. Okay. Going at kind of a little bit bigger than 1/8. My pole's getting in the way. Back down. And the reason that I make my zipper movement at a certain place is so that I remember to do so. Because some zipper pulls that we use are like pretty big. Like this is a good size pull. So I want to make sure that I'm not having to stretch the zipper out of, and make it wonky, because I had to sit there and practically undo stitches just to get the dang zipper pull through. Ask me how I know. Anybody who's, I feel we need to make a bingo card to design one of those. Because one spot's definitely going to have forgot to put zipper pull on. Kind of set fire a little bit to that one. So there we go. There's one side. Just going to throw a clip on the floor though. But I absolutely love how that came out. I think the zipper looks really good. And it's hidden inside. Now, you're really not going to see that zipper even when you open it up because of how the pocket is. But I like having the zipper secured and sandwiched in the middle. So let me get the other one done. Okay. Alrighty. So once again, move my dish. Also, when you're going over your zipper tape, you want to use something that pushes at the teeth on both the inside where it's exposed and where you're sewing. Because what the foot likes to do is push those teeth where you don't want them. And then it makes your zipper kind of do this all of a sudden. So it's going straight, and then it pushes the teeth, the foot pushes your teeth this way. Oh, Snikes on a cracker. Bobbin got me. But I caught it pretty quick, so that's good. Where are you at? So I'm not cutting the thread, but I am pulling up so I pull aside my project. I use the needle to pull up the bobbin thread. And then I gently pull the thread back through. I'm going to go right into that same hole that I was in. And as long as I go at the same speed, I'll hit those same holes. I mean, you can honestly hand crank right into each hole if you want. If you're top stitching. Pull that thread back through. Right about to where I was. If you have to adjust your zipper, take a moment to adjust the zipper. No. I tend to go about a thin 1/4 of an inch when it comes to the zipper top and bottom over the teeth, just to kind of give it a little bit more to work with. Okay. What I need to do, because my bobbin thread's trying to pull up here, and that's where, there you are. There we go. I know when my friend Ren is awake when I start getting Instagram reels about cats or hedgehogs or capybaras, because she knows I like capybaras. Where the hell did that come from? I hope I did. Oh. Okay, so I just went ahead and pulled my threads to the back. I didn't like tie them off. I did back stitch. I just pulled them to the back so it's a little bit easier to seal them down. Okay. All right. Okay, there we go. That's the second one done. Okay. Attach bead of front. So we're going to be taking this and going right sides together along the curved edge. So I'm actually going to baste this after I cut down this zipper. I'm cutting down that zipper. And then I'm going to baste this together because I don't want to try to fight with those layers. I also need to trim down. I also need to trim down my lining. Okay. Do the same thing on this side. Clip down my zipper. All right. Squared, this is a NewTek. It's a NewTek GS0303. It's actually a computerized industrial, and it is definitely my favorite machine. I got mine from Gold Star. I don't recommend buying things from them. However, it was their customer service was really bad, and I had to fix the oil pan on here. Plus, when they shipped it upside down. They reboxed it to put it in a different box to ship it, but they put the machine in upside down into the box, so it crushed the bottle of oil, and I had to take, it took me almost an hour to clean the machine itself. And dealing with them was a challenge. It really was not great dealing with them, and I'm sad too because of the fact that I love this machine so much. Tiberius is my baby. I hope I can, find a cylinder that I like that isn't the one that they have. All right. One of the things I really like is that it tells you how much power it still has. Like I'm down a dot. I have yet to run it down, so I'm kind of trying not to plug it in. All right. So I've basted these together. No problem. It's going to sound weird, but make friends with like somebody at like a U-Haul. Like maybe when you go to buy it, get a storage unit from them and then let them know that you're going to have a delivery, because it's about $150 less usually to ship things to the commercial location, and then you can always rent a trailer or something to bring it over. My husband is a general manager for a U-Haul, so I had it shipped there, and then I just took the car up with the trailer and got it. So, I mean, I don't know if that would work for somebody else to just sit there and make friends. All right, basted together. I'm in love with how this looks. I love the chunky pulls with it. So let's see what we're supposed to do next. Okay. So it's so I taught myself ages ago how to speed read, and it's actually not a good thing when you're trying to learn stuff. Reading through books for just enjoyment like that with speed reading is not a bad idea. But when you're trying to, read a recipe or a pattern, it can be fun. Oh, look at it. It's like a little egg. Sorry. I'm very happy with how this came out. So, let me see. So it says to attach the sides B to the front middle, place the front middle right side up in front of you. You will be attaching the curved edge of your side pieces to the left and right sides. To do this, place the left side piece right side down on the front middle. Okay, so yeah, you're going to have to kind of flip it. See, pick one. Okay, I see. I'll show you in a moment so that you see. Make small snips. Snip, snip, snip. So we can honestly go ahead and do that. Small snips on the front middle. Okay, so she wants you to do it on the actual piece. So what might be easier for me, because as I said, goodness, trail mix is drying out my throat today. All right. That's funny rules. Yeah, that sounds about right. New York has, because you're on top of each other. So I kind of get it. It's a pain in the butt, but I kind of get it. So I'm actually going to, because normally with this pattern, the flap is in the seam. I'm wanting the flap to have free reign of being up and down. So because of that, to make it a little bit easier for me to attach the sides, I'm going to take off my flap and I will put it back when I have that done and I have to do the other pieces. So first, I'm going to move stuff around because I don't like having a bunch of stuff all over the place. So first, I'm going to go ahead. I feel like I'm missing a step. I'm trying to figure out when you put the other side of this on. And I think I might have missed that step. So bear with me. Okay, fuse interfacing. Side B has to be mirrored. Decide what style of handles you want. I kind of decided. That's fabric handles. That's the D-rings. There's a U-tube. We like the tubes. Okay, so front pocket G and lining. Right sides together. Yep. Fold. Yep. Insert magnet. Yep. Not the lining. Yes. Place slip pocket right side up on front middle, line up bottom edges and base together. Okay. So when do you put the other side on? Repeat steps. I feel like I'm missing a step here. Because this is going to be on the inside. So I swear I'm reading it. I promise you. I'm not just, okay, I might be still kind of glazing over it. Whenever I read instructions, like for like a board game or anything like that, all of a sudden I have circus music stuck in my head. So I start reading and it's like this, and then you do this and do 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 do. I swear it's Homer Simpson brain. Okay, let me look again, because it doesn't say you put those together at any point yet. But I'm sure you do. And I know I'm missing something. It's making my brain hurt, y'all. Okay. Let me see. Cherries are supposed to help your brain, right? Okay, so it says front slip pocket assembly. And you put the magnet on, and then it says to place slip pocket right side up on right side of front middle C, line up and base bottom edges. Then to put the flap D main linings together, assemble, make snips and corners, turn flap, press top stitch, place on front middle C, making a marking, install magnet. Base assembled middle on second. Okay. I found it. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so excited. And that's the issue with speed reading and trying to it's kind of like a doctor trying to be their own patient. It doesn't really work as well because they're already thinking they know better. And I'm doing my best to try to stay out of that mindset. I don't know better than the pattern maker. Yeah, that's what it is. The cherry. I have this really cool trail mix. You know what I'm saying? But it's the yogurt covered cranberries are really sweet. So I added in some cashews, and then I found a bag of dried cherries, and I was like, yeah, those got to go in too. So now it's like mostly just cherries and nuts, which is good. But I don't know, y'all. I just don't know. Okay. I'm going to base this all together. I mean, to be fair, I kind of felt like that had to be the way of it. Because that just makes logical sense. However, Aura Rosa has kind of given me this small paranoia. Because after the Erica and the Magdalene, once she started in with like the Elenas and stuff, I would go, oh, I know where she's going with this. Nope, I'm lost again. It was like Google Maps on a bad day for me. I thought I knew where I was going, but apparently I was very, very wrong. Ooh, there we go. I feel like I cut out this C piece wrong, so I'm going to get the pattern piece real quick and I'm also going to do this. Sometimes the water resistant canvas kind of frays. So that's why, whoo, that is an interesting smell. Sorry. That's why I'm kind of singeing the edges where I know it's starting to fray a little bit. But see, there we go. Pick out the M&Ms and just get a bag of M&Ms. Oh, what was I going to do? I was going to find that piece. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, it's a little off, but that's okay. So what we're going to do is we'll trim it down. It's not that big of a deal. But I had a feeling it was a little off because the pocket wasn't fitting quite right. So I'm going to line it up on the bottom. I'm going to line it up on the side. Kind of in the middle here. There we go. And I'm just going to kind of go along the sides. I was in a super rush because I'll find a pin that actually works. Sure, why not? We're just going to use a random marker because it'll be in the seam allowance, so I'm not, and I'm going to be cutting it off anyways. But I was in a bit of a rush yesterday when I was cutting this out because I took about, I'm not going to lie, I took probably about an hour and a half to even get to the point where I was cutting out the pattern pieces from the cardstock. And that was just me trying to plan it out. Okay. Come on. Come on. All right, I'm just trying to get this to cut straight-ish. Okay. Because, see, obviously it was too tall. And that would have affected putting everything in. My husband calls this my little kitty dance. Because that's about all I can do anymore. Okay, hang on. I gotta recut centers. Okay, this center, of course, is going to be challenging. There we go. Now we have centers. Now we have stuff on the floor. I have no idea. Oh. Okay, I'll turn it back down so that YouTube doesn't flag me or anything else doesn't flag me. Okay, let's see. All right. Whoops. Okay. Let me start with the side she starts with. So, this is the bottom. And as you lay it down so that it's connected, so it's kind of like lined up with the bottom. I'm going to put a clip there. This is going to be fun. if I can get these. Oh my goodness. That is nothing where it's supposed to be. Okay, here we go. Try that again. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. Let's see how well this goes. Because it's supposed to go all the way to the top, isn't it? There we go. So yeah, pre-clipping does help a lot. You can also use tape if or staples. I used to use staples with some bags. I stopped because me and the stapler, we were not friends. I'm gonna see how this first clipping goes, and then we'll adjust as needed. This is a little bit of an intimidating bag. I like it. I don't mind a challenge. I really don't. It's a little bit nerve-wracking doing these challenges, with y'all watching. Because I'll tell you right now, I'm having to stop myself from just staring into the void here and there. I know I don't always succeed. Y'all are like, are you okay? Okay, so definitely make sure your pieces, that this middle piece is cut to size. That is going to kind of, it will affect my flat, but I can always trim it down. I almost tried to eat my freaking clips again. I know it's going to happen on camera one time. I know some of y'all screen record too. All right. So we've got it clipped. There we go. Now comes the fun part. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to do like I normally do with any type of binding. I'm going to tack it down with 1/8 of an inch. And then when I put my binding on, I'll do 1/4 of an inch. I believe she has you tack it down at 1/4 or sew it down at 1/4 and then add your binding. Let me see. Oh no, she has you attach it at 3/8 and then trim it down to 1/4 an inch, and then to encase it with the bias. Okay. Oh, I definitely am gonna need some energy. Here we go. All right, guys. Here. All right, everybody. Wish me luck. Where's my? Might be a good idea. I'm clipping right here so that I can undo that first clip. And somebody's like, are you ever going to try yoga? I'm like, I do yoga every day on my machine. Okay. Just using my screwdriver to hold it in place. Because for me, this tacking is going to be the most, let me do that. There we go. Is going to be the most important part of it. Because this is what's going to help me get my final seam allowance. Okay, so far so good. I will say it feels like it's going to be such a pain in the tuchus to sew, but it really wasn't that bad. Ooh, where are you going? Now, I'm not going to lie, I kind of wish I had one more arm. Okay. All right, that was not bad. Everything's caught. I'm just going to kind of pop that out because I want to see how it's looking so far. Stop, y'all. Stop. I'm done. My life will never be the same again. Okay, so now I need to get binding. Because I did forget that. I know I thought I had a good chunk of red binding, but now I can't remember. I got pink, but I don't want to use pink. That's yellow. I'm going to need later. Okay. Small technical difficulties. I just gotta find where I put the binding. Might use that. This is a good place to use scrap binding too, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, this is a really good place to use scrap binding. So I'm using gross grain ribbon. That I'm cutting with pinking shears just to kind of keep those edges from fraying. But I know I have a whole spool of black binding that I'm going to use on the inside probably, but I thought I had red too. We will figure it out in a few. For now, I'll prep these real quick. I'm attaching double-sided tape. This is a 1/2 inch. There we go. This is just going to keep it from moving around on me. That also means that I don't usually have to use too many clips, if any at all. Boop. Okay, so there's one piece over there for the other side. Okay. Are you kidding me? There we go. Just making sure that this is actually going to stick that way. Come on. Okay, so I've just kind of lined it up along that side. I'm not going to lie, this would make a great Grinch bag lining too. Okay, so I am going to clip up here because it stitched a little weird, but it'll be fine. I'm not like overly worried about it. Just making sure that as I'm going around inside this curve, that it's staying where I want it to. Okay. Get my screwdriver, and now I'm going to go at 1/4 of an inch for my seam allowance. You can do the 3/8. That is not a problem at all. I did forget to cut out a slip pocket for inside this bag, for inside the main compartment. Spoken as the day. Oh. This is going to be interesting. Okay, where are you supposed to be? Now, as you can see, I'm kind of fiddling with this right here. And that's fine. You know, fiddle with it. Make it work where you want it to. But when you're doing something like this, take your foot off the pedal. Okay. Stitch an extra over that. Oh, are we still almost down? Okay. Okay. And there's one side. Now to do the other. Yay. So. I'll just switch over to water. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and clip all of this. As I will say, those little clips helped a lot. Now, you don't have to go all the way up. You just want to at least then do them up here. Because you do have a nice straight line. Okay. Woo, we're getting there, folks. Okay, so, and I do agree, that was one of the better ways to put this on. So, you line up your bottom. You line up your straight edge with the bottom of the middle panel. And then you clip that. Now, normally what I like to do is I like to clip one end and then clip the other, or click middles and then kind of get everything situated in it. I honestly, with this, do think it's easier just to kind of start pushing it into the space that you want it to be. Okay, so a lot of this is just my prey. Just kind of gently persuading it to go into the spot I want it. And again, that's why those clips help so much. Normally, I'll just kind of clip when I need to, but it just feels like a good idea to go ahead and clip it on that first try, and that was definitely a good idea. Okay, so now I'm going to be sewing from this end, though. So we'll see how well this goes. Before I start sewing, I'm going to grab a couple things to chew on. And really harder tasks are ones that I'm kind of getting anxious about. I have found that putting a little snack and giving me something to crunch on helps me not to grind my teeth, because I grind them. All right. Let's see. I will say, I think the most challenging part about this top is this top corner, or this side is the top corner up here. Just kind of getting it tacked in seems to help. Just making sure it's actually like lined up. There we go. I think the reason I don't want to use staples on this for sure is because while it feels like it would hold it in, you can't really adjust with the staples. With the clips in your screwdriver, you can adjust a bit more. See, that's why oh, Jesus, and see, that's why we take our foot off the pedal when we do when we adjust. But that's why you see me kind of lifting up the foot. You can on the tubes. And I'm yanking the side piece. Sorry. I'm yanking the side part so that it will line up with the middle seat edge properly. But that's kind of how I treat all bound bags, is I do my best to make sure that everything lines up on the side. I don't like having to trim. I feel like if I trimmed it, then the gusset's too tight, or I didn't cut something out correctly. Okay, put a clip here. Okay, so now I'm going to start to lean this up, and I'm going to lose the tubes for a moment because Lord have mercy. Why does everybody want to call me on a Saturday when I'm busy? Okay. Alrighty. I'm making sure that everything's caught. And that's when you see me kind of run my finger across the edge here. I'm making sure that everything's lined up properly. And already that is looking so adorable. So then it's going to have this here. And see, because I cut that top off, I am going to need to either, actually that might work. That might actually work out nicely. Yeah. Okay. I like that. Nirvana's not really a cat dance type of song. So I've got, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Usually I don't take the whole tape off. I guess I got a little excited. But it's such a short piece that that's not too big of a deal. Okay, I'm just kind of wrapping it around. When I didn't always use double-sided tape, when I was using like when I was using like pre-made binding, I would actually glue it down. But I do like the tape. It's a little bit quicker. And I had started using waterproof canvas at some point. But this is a gross grain ribbon. I'll link it in my YouTube or my Zon, my Amazon. But I do like the gross grain. It has those sealed edges on the side, so you know that's not going to fray. And you can still, it's nice and thin. You can still fold it over. Plus, oh God, I didn't realize there was like that much on that roll. Into the scrap bin you go. And you're able to get a nice finish with it. See? Somehow I made a Christmas Charlie bag here. Alrighty. And I'm making sure that everything's lined up well. Okay. So now I'm going to go in at my true allowance, seam allowance, which for me is a 1/4 inch. I actually do have some ribbon that's got the soot sprites on it on Fat Rabbit's website. It's got the Sakura sprites. Sorry, I'm trying to. There we go. Because it shifted a little bit when I was tacking it on. So I wanted to make sure I was able to get that fixed. Where are you at? There you are. Ooh, I see you, but you're in the seam allowance, so I'm not worried about that. Oh, okay. Hang on. Sometimes the tape can be a bit of a pain. There we go. All right. Now we have that. I get one a day, Sierra. One a day where I actually do something smart, it feels like. There we go. Okay. I feel like I thought about that but didn't do it. Why does that always seem to happen to me? Okay, so now I'm turning this out. Mainly because I want to see how it looks. But also because I needed to put it out. Because I'm trying to decide on if I want to put another piece of interfacing on something. Because I'm using this is water resistant canvas from Wonderground Fabrics. So it's thinner. Stephen King reference, sorry. I don't want to forget to put my... Alrighty. So, because we're going to attach a back to this, and I'm trying to decide if I want to put a piece of Decoville Heavy or something in there so that it kind of gives it a little bit more to work with. But I'm not going to lie, I love this bag already. I'm scared about being so in love with this bag right now because that means that I'm going to want to make a lot of these. But I'm worried. Come on, here we go. Hang on, I gotta double check my... Every time you add a seam, you want to check your centers. Because it's great to mark your centers ahead, but if you're seam building... Where the flock did my other scissors go? Oh, there they are. Good Lord. Fairies, man. Moving stuff around. But sometimes your seams are going to move a little. It's just kind of... The flap is just kind of like chilling. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is change it to where I put the magnets on when this part is done, because it'll still be pretty simple for me to do those. But look, okay, so I'm not going to lie. I am a little disappointed in the placement of my tag right now. And that is because it's all the way down here. So it's kind of hidden. So I do need to make a note of that. Why have all of my pins just up and disappeared? Tag needs to be higher than, let me get 3 inches from the bottom. Okay. So again, I'm a little disappointed that my tag is all the way down here. Yeah, the flap isn't a bad idea to place it. I just generally like to kind of, I don't know. I never know where I'm going to put the damn thing, to be honest. The flap is probably going to be my better bet too next time. I even thought about that. I'm like, maybe I should put it on the flap. but then I would have had to recut my backing piece. Come on. There we go. And I didn't want to do that. So that's on me. But if I had put it here, it would have been fine. Or even just like right here. I was trying not to cover Charlie up. Very conscious of that. However, that is me. That is not the bag. And the bag I absolutely love so far. I love the little pockets. I like the way I did the pockets too. And make sure that it's big enough to get my hand in there. All right. Okay, so I've got that noted on my note page, and then I'll put that in my pattern book so that I have those for when I cut out more of these, because I'm going to cut out more of these. Okay, next up. Okay, so the corners get covered. Okay, so again, I'm trying to decide because, like I said, this is what I have. And I'm supposed to put these two together. But I will say, that's a pretty flimsy back to it. And that's going to get attached to the zipper. So it will have a spine. Okay. I'm going to do it without it. Mainly because I just don't think it's going to really need it in the end. And she's created like a really structured bag. So I feel like if she really thought, and she uses, I believe she's using like fabric. So if she felt there wasn't enough stability with the fabric and the regular interfacing on that, then she would have us put that. Now, I might change my mind after this bag. But we shall see. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut out one of these. Up. And they're supposed to go like this. I'm going to go ahead and baste these two together. Sometimes cutting stuff out on waterproof canvas is treacherous. You do have to be careful because water resistant canvas can be stretchy. So you don't want to overstretch it. You just kind of want to have a gentle but firm hand with it. Goes over there, not in my chip, not in my bowl. Yeah, it feels like to be fair, I put a piece of Decoville here, but that's because I wasn't putting the flap into the seam. So between my materials and that one piece of Decoville and the shape and the binding, this already stands up on its own. Wiggles like Jello. Anyways. Okay. Madre de Dios. Okay. So. All right, now we're going to attach this. Got some clips there. No, I'm going to need a lot. Okay. Find my centers. I actually really like I do like the materials I chose. And I like the materials I chose because of how many layers. This is a bound bag, and anytime you have a bound bag, you have to take into consideration your materials. Is it going to be too thick? You know, are you going to be adding too much to the seam? Might have to actually take this off and cut it. How is it, like, this has binding in around a corner here, and it's also going to have binding. Okay, I'm going to do something here real quick. There we go. Yes, that feels better. So on these corners inside, where it's got that chunk of both seam and the binding, I'm going to cut that down so that it's not as thick there, because that will affect the binding in the end too. And I've got to get rid of this chunk because I need to be able to clip this really well. Sometimes rough cut works, sometimes it doesn't. Oops. So it's like the back piece of this definitely can be rough cut, the one attached to the back of it. But I wouldn't recommend rough cutting the two pieces that are going to be connected to this part of it. I'm making sure to cut it within the seam allowance, but I definitely feel better about the seams now that I've trimmed that down. Okay. Sorry. Here we go. I'm just trying to make sure that this all fits the way I need it to fit. It's always interesting watching like Miko crafts. One day, I swear, one day I'm going to do one of his bags because they're so stinking cute. But it's always interesting seeing him when he does binding and stuff because he barely clips. He just kind of like rolls it under the sewing machine. And I did that once and I hated it because I felt like I just didn't have the control of having clips. I think I'm supposed to clip off corners over here too. So I need to, mainly I'm just trying to kind of get this to fit. We fell in love, you remember the time. You remember the time. This binding field made you remember the time. Yeah, I see. There we go. Because you're supposed to clip off the corners. This is going to be interesting to tack on, that's for sure. So, yeah, definitely do not rough cut the back pieces for your front bubble because this is not making it easier. Actually giving me more work. Okay, so I'm going to actually start up here. Come on. Absolutely not. That is mommy's snack. Nothing in there for you, little man. I said there's nothing in there for you, little man. Yeah. I love you too, buddy. No, not the bag. Carol says hi. See? Yeah, right there, huh? You are seriously going to sit there and just lay out like this is your spot. Is this my Charlie break? As I throw stuff all over the place over here? Huh? He's literally kicking the bag to push it out of the way. You are a pain in the butt, little man. You know that? Hmm? Yeah. Huh? Hey. Hey. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. I very much appreciate it, Charlie. I'm glad I was forced into a little break. Are you done? There's nothing over here for you. Come on. And you knocked over YouTube. Oh, hey. I found the binding tape I was looking for. My camera's holding it up. Or it's holding up my camera. So hang on, YouTube. Hang on, tubes. This is how I buy my my gross grain, my plain colors. This is 50 yards. Okay. That's a better idea. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this side up. I'm going to follow my line. And then I'm going to flip it over and do the rest because I don't want this to pull weird. Yeah. Because if I do it in here, it's going to curve it in, and we want it to lay as flat as possible. So, but there's corners we're supposed to be clipping off. I don't know why I put that away. I'm going to need it. Okay. And I'm not worried about extra holes in the waterproof canvas because it's the water resistant canvas. Yeah, start in the right place. I did not. Actually, this might work better. Okay. Okay. Now I didn't start where I was supposed to, so I'm going to fix that. Do what you do. Okay. That gives me a curve to work with when I'm cutting it out on the front, because I'd rather cut it out on the front than the back. Battery update on this. Come on, you. I'm still on 3 dots. Because I did have someone say that they bought one. They bought something like it. I don't know if it was the exact one. And it, I do not like that. Now I've got to freaking work this out here. Nope, I don't like that. Doggone it. I'm trying to love this bag, but this construction is okay. So I have to say that the part of the construction is on me. I didn't cut these out, and that's definite. I should have, but it looks like nothing caught on the side that I was hoping it would. So we're just going to kind of do this. There you are. Sometimes you just kind of gotta go with what's going on. Again, this was definitely on me. I should have cut them both out. I didn't, so it's fine. I'll figure it out. Especially once I remember where I put my trail mix. Okay. So, put that over there. Come on. That's it. The construction. Mother of God, what the hell is going on here? That's why I dislike when there's a lot of stuff on my table, because some of these projects are not small. Yeah, it wasn't a bad idea what I tried. It just didn't work out the way I wanted it to. And that's also okay, because I'll be able to fix it. Especially seeing as I didn't even catch like a chunk of the flap at all. Okay. That's all on there. Push that back out, even though it's going to get squished down later anyways. But it pops up pretty nicely. Okay. So I've got the back on. Now I just got to trim it down. While not trying to cut into my zipper pull. Okay, so we're supposed to cut off the corners. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I need to make the note of that, because I'll sit there and go, did I cut those? I know I did cut them out this way. I'll just cut them out this way again, and then I'm going to be cursing at my machine again. Oh, oops, sorry, tubes. Okay. Where's my notes? Where's my pen? Rough cut. There's the word. Rough cut body lining. Okay. That'll help me remember later, because goldfish memory. Okay. Oh. There you go. So it should match this. It's a little short. No, it's not. There it goes. And here's the question. Do I cut that down, or do I, because it looks like it's the right shape. I definitely have to remember if I want to do that back the way I do that, or a different way. I think I've got a way I want to do it next time. Okay. Well, this is what we got right now. So that's what we have now. So we're on that step. We're done with that. I'll put it behind me. Let it sit there and think about what it's done. Fight me the whole way. All right, so what are we doing next? Bottom gussets and side pockets. All right. So I know I'm going to need my bottom. Okay. Okay. I know I say okay a lot. Sorry. So that is in the next step, I think. That goes over there. That was the zipper. Now, this is going to be fun because I put the feet on it, so it's going to... Hey, Tess, how you doing? I'm fighting, man. Okay, so... Not quite sure why those are a little bit bigger, but that happens sometimes. Okay. So... I almost put this on the wrong side. All right. Let me look at this real quick. All right. Normally, I would do that differently, but I'm not going to do that differently. So, okay. So, I kind of rough cut these, but that's okay. So, what she has you do, I'm going to start with the lining so I can make sure that I like this. I'm lining up right sides together of the side gusset piece F and the bottom, which I believe is H. It is G. So F and G, I'm going to sew them together. Now mine look weird because I rough cut them. I am fighting a little bit with this bag because I made a couple poor choices, but it's coming along. And I'm going to make it work. I'm going to Tim Gun this nonsense. I'm also just going to lift up my needle and pull over the other side so that I just kind of stitch them together. But I'm making the bubble bag by Sarah Merriam. I know she has a Patreon, but I got this pattern on Etsy. I've got the link in my bio. Okay, I'm going to that's not too much bulk, so that'll be fine. For this, I'm going to go ahead and top stitch the seam behind the bottom. And that's so that it'll help it sit nicely. But I do know that she has a Patreon. I plan on looking up and kind of taking a look at because I just like the sound of it. It sounds like it would be a really cool thing. Okay, so that's together. Now for the pockets, I'm doing right sides up, centering it on the bottom. It should be the same size, but it's a little bit bigger, actually. I think I might know the reason for that, so we'll see. So I'm going to start lining up the edges. Just making sure that they're lining up on the top properly, and then I'm going to adjust as I go down on the other side. Because sometimes they don't, sometimes it likes to fidget weird. Yeah, so that's the right side. Since you took your love away. Okay. Okay, so that's one pocket. Looks like a little flip-flop. Little duck bill. Anyways, so yeah. We do that on the other side. That's why they're at these angles, so that they can pop out a little bit. I'm using a lot of clips because it does like to shift. So I try to make sure that it's going where I want it. No. My tears were falling. Tell me, baby, where did I go wrong? Okay. That one's lower. Okay, so that'll be fine. So this side's a little higher than this side, but I'm going to be sewing down, so it's going to kind of force them to even out. So I'm basting the pocket down. Making sure to kind of move it so it lines up with that edge. There you are. I swear, one day I'm going to accidentally sew over this dang screwdriver. Now see, the Deedle Bug has you kind of pinch in that bottom. And I do like this method a little bit better than the rectangle and having to do that pleat. Because you're really not going to be putting much in this pocket. Very few side pockets, in my opinion, are like heavy usable pockets. It's a side pocket, so it's difficult to make it anything but heavy and bulky on the sides. On a mini backpack, it just doesn't seem to work as well. Okay. And then I always check the back to make sure that it didn't shift too much. Like I have a little shiftage here, but that's about all. And see, now they line up nicely. So just kind of look at it. If one side feels like it's higher than the other, see how you're going to sew it. because sometimes it's going to push it and slide it where you really do want it to get. So that one so far worked out nicely. Let's see how number 2 does. Because this one, let me see, this one, when I sew it, is going to go higher. So I need to kind of push it down a little bit. There we go. It does help that I have these different materials that are kind of wanting to stick together a little bit. There we go. Make sure that when you're using something sharp like a stiletto or like the screwdriver, that you're not poking at it. Like I just about poked a hole into my vinyl, but because I'm about to sew over the dang thing, because I did it in the seam allowance, it's not going to show up. Because I really push it down, but I also usually use that much force when I'm doing the binding. So it's on the line or the waterproof canvas when I'm doing that. Still at 3 dots. All right. Oh, I have my slippers. Yeah, I see it. A little bit of an overhang here. There we go. A little, oh, nope, I'm just wrong. I get a cherry. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you got it. Because I'll tell you right now, the mail's been challenging my patience. I've already got 2 packages I'm going to have to replace because Atlanta just decided, hey, they don't want it. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take our pocket, make sure it's facing down and not this way. We don't want an upside down pocket. It's not really going to do as much good. Now, if you did like I do and you put purse feet on it, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. So what you're going to want to do is clip the sides as well. And that's going to help it from shifting because of the purse feet. Whatever seam allowance you used on your lining, use on here. Oh, there we go. Dinosaur time. There we go. Yes, you will see me at Dragon Con. That is definitely part of the prep that I'm working on. After this bag, I'm going to be cutting out a bunch of modified Aries with the Carpet Royalty line. Good, then you'll understand this question. Or maybe you'll be able to... My husband says I'm drinking the Kool-Aid because I want to go get my hair done and have it like that beautiful blue that's in the carpet with streaks of like, or on the ends, reds and yellows. So I want carpet hair. And I wish I would have gotten on tape or picture of his reaction. He's like, baby, that might be too much. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. See? I think it would be magical. I think it would also be awesome if my foot didn't twitch. Okay. So yeah. I've started to save up for it because it's going to be a pricey endeavor. I know that. Because they're going to have to pull all the color out of my hair so that they can get that blue I want. I figure stripes, and he's like, I don't know if anybody's going to know what that is. I'm like, the right people will. Yay! I'm so excited to go to Dragon Con again. Of course, I'm also a nervous wreck and panicking because it's already going to be May. It's going to be May really soon. And I don't feel ready. I never feel ready. I can be there and finally look and go, I may have brought too much stuff. Now, I say this, and I will tell you, the carpet stuff don't last long. I love my carpet peeps because they don't even look at a price tag. They just throw money at me and run. And I'm like, yay. I also have so much fun at Dragon Con because we're usually right across from a board game seller, which is dangerous because there's where some of the profits go. And this year, my brother and sister-in-law are going to be helping me. So I'm excited. Yes, top stitch. Okay, so those together, and now I'm going to top stitch it. I'm pushing the seam under the bottom. Now I'm really glad I chose the length I did for my top stitching on here. My name is Slim Shady. I have a carpet print so I've got what I call the OG carpet print, so the original. And then I have a bunch of different ones that I designed. One of my top sellers is the Carpet Garden. Oh, really? I didn't even clip those together. I just kind of put the clip on, apparently. I have Carpet Busters, so it has Slimer and the No Ghost symbol from Ghostbusters. Carpet Who, which is the TARDIS. Carpets and Castles, or if you're old school Dragon Con, then it's Dice and Debauchery. If you know, you know. Because Dragon Con After Dark starts at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. So, yeah. What else? Hellfire Carpet Club. So it's got the Hellfire from Stranger Things. I just did a design with leopard print. Like I've had so much fun with this. Oh, and I did Carpet Trek, which is Badgie from Lower Decks. Everybody's loving that one. But I do have a pre-order open for dresses and button-down shirts as well. That I'm going to keep open until May 15th. Because I figure if I close it early enough, I might be able to get them all in before the convention so that everybody can wear their cool dress and stuff. I thought there was another. Oh, and I did 90s Kids. So it's got all the stuff from the 90s on it, like headphones and Game Boy, stuff like that. And it's got a really cool pattern on behind it with some bright colors. Could call it Saved by the Carpet. And I do need to order my, I do need to order my, my ribbons. Because I've got one that's going to be carpet themed, but I'm kind of keeping that one on the down low for right now. Oh, I have that in my Amazon shop. It is it's honestly a candle lighter, but yep, there it is. It pops up, so you know it's nice and safe. It's rechargeable, and it's got a little. Let me see. There you go. So it's got a little spark, but there's nothing there in between it. I have found it very useful for cutting the threads, as well as singeing the edge of the zipper tape and the webbing, and even the vinyl. As long as you're careful, you can singe the vinyl on along the sides so that you don't have any fuzzies if you're doing a raw edge project. Oh yeah, yeah, and they're in different colors. I got the blue because it was just it's such a pretty blue. It's like periwinkle. Love it. I love little pockets. Okay, bear with me for just a moment. I just heard a crash out there, which means either he just didn't turn right, or yeah. So bear with me for a moment. I'll be right back. That's not for you to play with, little man. Good Lord. He seems to think every stuffed animal in this house belongs to him. Yeah. Yeah, if you check in, definitely check in the Amazon shop. I know I threw them up in there. Plus, if you join Fat Rabbit Supplies, um, I do have some posts that I'll throw in there to kind of help folks out, because some folks ask me about things, and like, oh, this way you can find it easy. Okay. Yeah, he needs to think that every stuffed animal belongs to him. Usually after I've had to bind something, I'm kind of like feeling like I'm done. So I'm a little lost. Okay, so I've got these. I'll pick that up in a second. I need to make a little sign that says something like, "Be right back, Charlie." Checking on Charlie. Because just about all of y'all by now understand why I'm checking on Charlie. Mm-hmm. I don't mark centers until I have everything put together on the gusset. So, setting this aside. I'm trying to place my bowl of snacks where it's not going to end up I'm eating clips. Okay, so the zipper panel is I don't want to say normal construction, but it's not abnormal construction. Alrighty, so I'm going to do the back side first because that's usually easier to top stitch. Ah, there you are. Okay. Okay, so the song that's coming on right now, the only time I really ever heard it played was for the Pepsi commercial. I mean, do any of you have songs like that where it's, as soon as it comes on, all you do is think of that product or that TV show? My mom has a couple of songs that if they come on, all she does is think about of like movies and stuff. But like I grew up hearing this song on the commercial, Van Halen song Right Now. Oh yeah, see, so I just kind of run it along the zipper. You want to be careful, of course, but it does a really good job of sealing things. I just kind of go on the corners sometimes too. Like, longest freaking intro in the world. Oh, now I'm down to 2. Okay, so I always mark the middle of my zipper. There we go. Okay, and then what I do is I take the middle part and I put that right against the zipper tape. And I mark it so that I know when I put, don't you dare. I know when I put the other side on, it's going to match, and that's going to help a lot if you have any trouble with wavy zippers. Let me see. Oh, it's over there. Okay, so first, I have my middles marked. I have double-sided tape, 1/8 inch. Now I'm pulling's the wrong word. I'm slightly tugging, like, and all I'm doing is keeping the zipper teeth straight. I do not know why suddenly I want to watch Ninth Gate. I mean, so weird. My brain is so weird. Okay. Alrighty. This side. I usually cut my zipper panel, my lining a little bit bigger. That's because it doesn't like to always stretch, and sometimes it gets pulled into the seam a little bit more. So I do usually cut it wider. Just kind of gives me a little bit more assurance that it's going to make it to the other side of the zipper panel. So once I find a freaking recording program, I do plan on making a couple tutorials. I actually was working on one, and the program that I chose wasn't clear on instructions, and I was hitting the wrong button. So that part's on me. But when I went to go back and watch it, it had this huge watermark over the middle of the video. So it just seemed, plus you could only do like 10 minutes. And I was like, that's not going to be enough time. So I'm going to find another one, hopefully before I finish cutting out all of the projects I have in mind. So I make sure that that works, but and I don't mind paying for a program. I just don't want to pay for one and it's awful, you know. I want something that's a little bit simple, doesn't have too many bells and whistles, because I can do CapCut for any type of editing in that. I'm not worried about that part. So when I press out the seams, I do them one at a time, not together, because then you're not fighting the other seam to press this seam. I'm just using my seam roller. Push that back in. With vinyl, you really want to make sure that you're not tugging on that seam, because that's going to show the stitches. So I'm not yanking on it. I'm just kind of pulling it together, making sure that my zipper is nice and straight. You really want to make sure your zipper teeth, that's what you're looking to make sure work is at a nice length and straightness. Again, if I tug, I'm tugging on the waterproof canvas more than I'm tugging on the top. Okay. There we go. Got it nice and straight. Pretty happy with that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take our other side. By the way, I did at the table put my double-sided tape on, and then I still heat pressed the Decoville light on it. And I didn't have any problem with the double-sided tape. That's from Wall Whack. Whack? I know I heard it said properly once, and boy, did my memory just decide that that was not an important memory, which is awful, but the only thing it seems to deem important is lyrics to songs and how to change those lyrics so that I'm saying squirrel instead of girl. Tuesday, Wednesday, break my heart. Oh, Thursday doesn't even start. It's Friday. I'm in love. Okay, so I've lined up my mids. Now I'm not going to slide along. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to make sure that my marks you, line up there. And you see there's a little bit of a gap, and I just kind of pull and it squeezes it together and lines it up really nicely with the other side. Again, I'm going to make sure that that lines up well. Yep. Make sure that that, say that one, okay, and then we just kind of pull it tight, maybe. And the nice thing about tape and not having sewn it down is if I don't like it, I just pull it back out. Just want to make sure that the zipper lines up with that edge nicely. Okay. Oh, I know. All right. Then we take our lining, side that doesn't look like it. I cut it jaggedly. There you are. So with the zipper right sides together, clip this on. Start with the lining right sides together against the wrong side of the zipper. All right. Now, what you do want to make sure, what helps with your zipper straightness too, is pulling the tail taut while you're sewing. Because if your tail's doing this while you're sewing, it's going to start to push around. There we go. All right, so put these away so they're out of the way. So I'm going to now, I did press this seam, but I'm going to push it back for the moment. So that I can kind of start to press this. Again, you don't want to tug at it. You just kind of want to fold it on itself. So I'm grabbing the back here and I'm pushing right before I roll over it. All that's doing, it's not really like pressing it down, because as you can see, it's popping back up, but it folds right back where I need it to. So that's what you're really looking for. Again, I'm not tugging at my exterior. I'm tugging at the waterproof canvas underneath. I'm also making sure that the zipper's sitting nice and straight. After a while, this just becomes like a conscious thought process. It just becomes muscle memory. Okay. Ta-da! So now we have a nice straight panel. So what we're going to do, because I know this is bigger than the panel is supposed to be, see, that is because, there we go. See, it's not much bigger. It's like 1/8 of an inch on each side. But the reason for that is because I do a 1/4 inch instead. Yes, I could cut down my zipper panel. However, it's easier to cut it down now than it is to guesstimate that the materials are going to work the way I want them to work. Therein lies the issue. Is sometimes the vinyl wants to stretch more. Sometimes it doesn't. Easier just to wait and cut it down now. That's what I'm going to do. Why is everything everywhere all at once? Okay. Just one moment. I want to cut this down. I guess I should get some okay. The other thing is now, no matter what, you have a nice straight panel. Look at how pretty that is. Okay, so I know I need zipper pulls. I lost one of them. Okay. Oh, there are my zipper pulls. Now I have to make a decision. Okay. So I was trying to decide how thick of a webbing I wanted to use on here, because I do have some 1.5 inch D-rings. My issue is, are these going to be too big? I think it is, but I'm still using these on the back because I'm going to make one strap to where you can either wear it as a backpack or you can wear it as a shoulder sling. And this way, instead of having 2 freaking straps for the backpack strap, you'll have one long strap that you can adjust, and you just stick that through the D-ring, the big D-ring, and it can go over. So that's how I'm going to be doing that. I probably don't use that one. Trying to keep all the little accoutrements here. All right. I don't think I like this idea anymore. I was going to use this rainbow, but I don't think I like that. I mean, I love the idea of rainbow for Charlie because she's a very bubbly character, but I don't think I like this rainbow for, there's so much red and I think it's clashing with some of the other colors. Okay, we're going to do black. So I don't like the thought of all the red. Yeah. Now the question is, I know I have some black. I just don't know where it is. Cracker Jacks. It might be time for lunch, y'all. Because I don't know where some things have disappeared to. Oh, there it is. I found it. Never mind. Who needs lunch? Not this lady. Oh, I'm so sorry, YouTube. Sorry about that. See, that's what I was thinking too. Because see, that's much better. Like, I was so excited to do. I'm like, I'm gonna do a rainbow stripe. It's gonna be so her. And then I'm like, I put it on there. I was like, nope. There's a ton of nope. Look at this nonsense, Jess. I need you to see this cute, adorable nonsense. Look at that. The only problem is definitely have to place my text somewhere else next time. And maybe not have that pop there. But I like having the flap completely free. So, get over there, you gorgeous thing. Sit. Okay, now. Yeah, plus I'm using black binding inside, so it'll kind of tie together. I love the gold with it. I really do. And it's on the side gusset. So I've got it just popping out here and there. I love it. So cute. I'd like to say this bag's been a challenge, but it's because I've been a challenge to the poor bag. Bag's like, I just want to be done this way. Why aren't you listening to me? Like, I do what I want. All right. There we go. Okay. And then I have enough. It's not my favorite black webbing, so I might actually order some. It'll be good for the handle, but I think for the strap I might order a different one because it's a little stiff. like it stays put. How's your tooth, Jess? I know those are never fun. Ooh, ow. And now part of the webbing is part of me. There we go. They really are. There we go. Okay. So what do I do now? Because normally it's using vinyl, but I like using webbing for this type of thing. I. Which one's I? I think that's okay. I'm having to look over stuff. Nope. I'm running out of trail mix, though. Okay, so I need D-rings. Why does it feel like everything is everywhere where I don't need it to be? There you go. Okay. So I'm much more organized on this when I've done the bag a couple of times. Oh, it's the bubble bag from Sarah Miriam. I know she has a Patreon, but I got this one off of Etsy. It's in the link in my bio if you need to grab it because it is so cute so far. It's been a small challenge, but again, those are because of choices I made. All right, so it says, now, what she has you do is she has you fold away your lining. I really don't like doing that. I like having the lining connected to the handle. It feels like it gives a little bit extra strength so that the handle isn't just pulling on your exterior. Oh, I see. I need to patronize her so badly because Amber was talking about the hip bag that she's either testing or has already gotten, and I'm like, I want to be one of the cool kids. Okay, so I'm going to have it to where it is, the stitching is going through all of it. It feels better to me to have it. It feels more stabilized, I guess is what I should say. And I've been trying to speed read this pattern, Jess, and it has not been working. I must have missed this step like 3 or 4 times. There's like 20 clips on the floor today. I don't know what's wrong with my life, but it is not together. I'm herding cats over here. Literally, I had to go chase my cat away. But I have coffee and water, so. Alrighty. Make 2 marks on each side of the handle. Oh, okay, here we go. See, I had already skipped that. I was just going to kind of go. Let's use my chalk. Use my chalk. That's probably going to show up better. Right? Especially after I had just made like 6 of those modified Aries. And now I'm like in new depths again. I'm like, I can't swim. And I'm trying not to do this thing with a new pattern on because I'm on the live. I'm trying not to just like stare into the void because then I'm internalizing a thought process. But all y'all are seeing is this. Nothing's going on. There's a lot going on in my head, just nothing outside of it. No, I don't know what to do with my life anymore. Okay, 1 and 5 and 4. Okay. So the marks that you make, that's a piece of granola, are on the pattern. But there's 2 marks, a short mark and a longer mark. It's probably where we're going to be sewing, connecting it. And I got a whole set of these chalks and I'm loving them. They're nice and soft, but they don't break and they're in all different colors. I love them. I've got my old people music on. Okay. All right. So I've got my markings. The nice thing is that these are going to be sewn into the seam. if you know what my glancing has told me. I'm so bad at this. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Just help me. Okay. Oh, I want to sew it through, so that's fine. So it says to put the handle on top of the gusset zipper bag. So piece I. Okay, so that far from the zipper. Now, am I sewing through that part? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piece of tape and I'm going to put it between these markings on the other side. And that's going to help me stick it and keep it where I want it. You honestly could use a tape. Like if you know you have a tape that you can't sew through because your machine is like, what is wrong with you? I thought you loved me. Then this is a good place to use it because you can make it to where you're not going to sew over it. Yeah, this is actually the second time. What was the other one was the new one from Aura Rosa, which I'm going to need her to slow down again because she says she's already working on a new one. And I'm like, you're killing me softly with your song. And just let me know when it releases. I'll buy it. Here we go. Now, of course, your piece of webbing should be longer. I cut mine just a smidge longer too because I really like a good pop handle. No, I love you, Tiberius. Even when you a sassy little thing, because sometimes he's like, "No, you don't want to stop stitching now." I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about, Tiberius." And I just cleaned him out again because he starts to get, oh my Lord, he starts to get so cranky when he gets too much fur in his pocket down there. Okay. If you use chalk, make sure you're not accidentally wiping off your marks, by the way. So see, that's going to be the handle pop. I like a good handle pop. Oh yeah, on Wednesday I made the sassy. I started that one live, and I've only made that one twice. So I was like, y'all are in for a ride because I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Might want to actually slide my D-rings on here first. Oh my Lord. Okay, so slide on the D-rings. Where are the D-rings going? Are they going in between that mark? Oh, okay. Oh, Lord have mercy, y'all. Where's my roller? See the way she loves me. Maybe understand why I feel this way about. Okay, so it looks like we're putting these rings like right here. I'm going to put mine up a little higher because that's making me nervous. And now we're supposed to start sewing there. Okay, so I'm going to clip that there. And then I'm going to put my other D-ring over here. Seems everybody like super loves a toit D-ring. So I have them hooked in here. They're right in between that first line and the end. Right there. So I'm going to go ahead and it says to baste those in. Okay. So first, and this is what happens when you just kind of skim, as I am ought to do. Hang on, the thread's not where it's supposed to be. Come here. Envy you when she says she loves me. Okay. Now I try not to go too overboard with back stitching. So instead of back stitching in the same spot, I stitch, back stitch, 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 back stitch, 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 back stitch. It sounds like a lot, but it does keep a nice clean set of stitches. They just look more prominent. So what we're supposed to do first is we put down the handle and then we sew in between that box, that first mark and the second mark. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Stitch right here. And if you haven't put your D-ring in, like I almost did, then you don't have to worry about backing out of the ring. You can just go straight back. I'm going to see if I can pull this thread to the back real quick. Come on, you. Oops, that did not work the way I wanted it to. Come on, there we go. That's a good idea. Okay. So I am going to go ahead, like I did back stitch, but I'm going to pull my threads to the back so they're easier to singe. Where are you at? There we are. Love and what I must do. Okay. Go. Come on. And get rid of a thread. Let's see. Oh, the hell? Oh. Hang on one moment, folks. Come on. There it goes. Forgot that the gram only lets you I forgot that the gram only lets you live for so long. Okay, that's out of the way. Okay, so then I slid on my D-ring. Okay. So there we go. So now I've got that D-ring on there. And that's all connected. I don't know if I'm going to add rivets or not. I might hear where the handle is. because she's suggesting a rivet here and here, but this is pretty solid actually. And I think a rivet might actually, I think a rivet would weaken the structure of it. So I think I'm going to skip the rivets. If I was just going through the exterior, maybe I would put rivets. I think even more so I probably wouldn't, to be fair. And I'm honestly going right before that line. Yeah, right there. Here we go. The fun thing is that I chose red, so I kind of have to have that done right. Oop, where are you going? There we are. There we go. There we are. Okay. Fine. So, yep, there we go. Whee! Look at flies. I might be getting a little loopy, but I'm not too loopy. Thank the Lords to not put on my zipper pulls. Holy crow. I think I almost forgot these. Don't know what. All right. Here, where you at? Here we are. Now with these, I do have to be careful because they're thin. Mother of God, thank you. It's sitting right here in front of me. Bless your heart, Ashley. I appreciate both of you. Thank you, Carol. Don't forget your other dear phone. There would have been some cursing, and it would have definitely been time for Liz to go get some lunch. The hangry would have been real. I got all twisted because the gram shut me down for a minute. I was like, why is my phone not working? Oh. I will say it's definitely a different experience sewing on live because I'm trying to pay attention to all the device lines. I will, I promise. I'll get lunch. I'm trying to decide what I was going to have for lunch because unfortunately the rolls I use for my sandwiches. Oh, I have tortilla shells. Oh, I got flour tortillas. I can make me a quesadilla with some cheese. Aaron got me a new electric griddle, which I'm ecstatic about because the plates come off and you put those straight in the dishwasher. Here we go. Wonder how the convention's doing. Okay. Forgot to cinch my zipper here. And one day Aaron came home and I don't know what, I had just decided that food apparently was a suggestion, not a necessity. And I had just decided I wasn't eating. I think it was because I didn't feel good, but I was wanting to sew. Oh, isn't it cute? My little dinosaurs. They say roar. Aaron has one that's blue. That's just like it. I think I have it in my Amazon shop. Don't quote me on that. But he came home and he was like, he's just kind of, it might be time for lunch. Because I put the zippers going the same direction. Oh, Lord have mercy. But he came home and he could hear me just in here grumbling and grumbling. And he walked in, and I guess I must have just looked to the point of, setting fire to everything. And he's like, baby, are you okay? And I'm like, and I just started like going off on all the problems. He's like, I will say this. It's a really good thing that your machine is so heavy. I'm like, why do you say that? He's like, because this way you can't flip the table. I'm like, you're not wrong. Oh, hey, Mo. Hello, my darling. Working on the bubble bag. So this is the front that I've got done. That took a hot second. And now I'm trying to put zipper pulls on in the different directions. Adobe chicken. Adobo chicken. Yes. Aaron likes getting the adobo chicken. In fact, he should be finishing off the pulled chicken because I get like 5 or 6 pounds of chicken breasts and just pulled chicken it. I just cook a crap ton of pulled chicken. Like cup of water, all the chicken thrown into the pressure cooker with some chicken bouillon and this really good Mexican barbecue. Literally, that's why it's called Mexican barbecue, and it's so good. I was looking at this when Amber was doing it, and then T or Sear. I get people mixed up all the time, but I was watching them do it live, and I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna have to get this bag now, aren't I? I mean, I could just buy the pattern and never make it. We're crafters. We do that. But I did decide that it was going to have to be made. So I've got the zipper panel all done. In the pattern, she has you pull away the lining. I go ahead and put it on the lining as well. One, it seems silly to me to pull the lining away. Two, it's another part of the stability, and it'll keep the lining from sagging at any point on that side. So I'm extremely happy with how this came out. Now we get to see if the D-rings are going to work that freaking close to it. It's a good thing I'm doing a different. So, wise pattern. What am I supposed to do now? All right. So is it in? Okay. Normally, I don't do the gusset until both panels, front and back, are done. But because this is the first time I'm doing this, I am following the pattern. So, Jess, there is binding right in this area because you sew all of it together and then you bind that piece. And then, yes, the rest of it is bound. You know me, I love a good bound bag. I swear, I keep wanting to make a sticker that says I'm a bound girly, but it just seems like it would go bad so fast. And I kind of want to see how that ride would go. There's something wrong with me, but I'm okay with this. Alrighty. Let's see. So I'm going to kind of squish the, the pocket's going to have to be squished, but on my pockets, I did a heat transfer vinyl instead of a lining. So it keeps this edge nice and thin. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of squish it. Get it all squishy. Maybe. All right, what we're going to do, because this pocket is just not cooperating. So I lined up those sides. And now I'm going to line up these sides. And then I will force it to adjust. I also added purse feet to the bottom. Yeah, same, Jess, same. I don't like a backpack that isn't bound because it feels like that the what are you doing? It really just feels like that lining is going to end up the lining is going to end up sagging. Frida, bag for third grade? I think so. Actually, that would be probably a lot of fun. They'd probably love it because you've got a slip pocket there, which I changed the flap so that it's not enclosed because of my materials. I think if you do like really thin materials here, like if you follow the patterns suggestions for it, then you won't have that same problem. And I might make one with the flap inset just to see, because honestly, I think it would have been okay with this. It's a thin vinyl. But then they have this little section in here that they can get from either side. So it's kind of a secret pocket that nobody's really going to pay much attention to. And then they'll have the whole inside. With the slip pocket, I forgot to cut out. Okay. So I've got my bottom gusset and my zippers together. Oh no, I did cut these at the same size. Okay, good. It's a little bit different construction on a couple of things. Really? See, I'm always curious about this because I don't have kids. I have cats. I mean, I yell at them like my kids, but like they're my kids, but I guess you don't get like second glances with cats if you just throw food on the floor. Tell them to have at ye. Okay, I'm also making sure that it's not catching that pocket. It should be fine. It'll be fine. The nice thing is with the way the D-ring is, it's not in the seam with the zipper. So I don't know, Jess. I think if you were to add this handle method, where are you going? If you were to add this handle method to like the circle bags you do. Oh snap. Okay, well I just think I broke a clip. It's all good. I think that would really be cute. Like, can you see that on a Magdalene or a damn it, I might have to adjust my Erica's again. This is why we're friends, Wonderland. I swear, I really do just throw treats on the floor sometimes, like chicken feed. It's the only way to slow him down sometimes. That is true. The folders might not fit properly. Oh, that does not look like that is long enough. So we'll have to kind of shorten that. Oh no, that'll be fine. Okay, that'll be fine. It'll be fine. That is true. Now, if you increased this by like 10%, maybe. The Fortuna by ISY Sews. ISY. That's what, patterns. That is a really good bag, and you don't have to size it up because it's already a good size backpack. Here. Oh, I wish that would work. Like, my husband kind of gets mad sometimes. When we first started dating, he absolutely hated that I didn't close the bathroom door most of the time. Listen, if I'm just going in there for a quick 5 second, I ain't worrying about it, because I'm also not going to have a cat running after me, screaming at the door like I abandoned him. So I started going, oh, well, it was the cat. He's like, both of them are here. I'm like, ghost cat? So now that's kind of our signal. Like, if he's home, I try to I think about his comfort, and I'll, push the door at least closed, sort of. But if I forget, or if it just doesn't come into my head, I just yell ghost cat. So at least he knows, and he's not going to be like surprised by it. Surprise, open door. Because he just doesn't think our marriage will ever be at that level. And I'm like, okay, I don't care. I get it. There are two kinds of couples out there. Oh, the one for school, it's called the Fortuna. It is so cute. Oh, I think I've got it on. I should have it in my thingamabobber, my Dropbox. When I had a laptop die, I decided that everything just needed to be, where are you at? Patterns. And I fell in love with this backpack. I don't know why. No, that's for the love. Is that it? Yes. I don't know why I fell in love with this backpack so much, but I love the shape and the way it came together. And it's just it's such a cute bag. The pink parts there, those are pockets. Those are slip pockets. Let's see, there you go. Try to show it to you as well. The finished size for 100% is 12 by 15 by 5 1/4. Like, I'm able to fit my big iPad in this thing. It is a large and in charge bag. So for school, it would definitely be a good one. And they'd have those cute pockets on the front. I'm like, sure, a third grader could use it. And then the girl was like, what about folders? I'm like, oh yeah. I don't remember third grade. I barely remember yesterday. There we go. Oh, that's right. I did want to do that, didn't I? So it feels like it might be a little tight. I'm going to shorten that side. There we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this to work. The pocket does not make this easy to push down, but I think that's a little bit of my materials. There we go. That should work. Let me get that sewn down. But I think my lining's a little short, so I'm just going to shorten that on the other side then. And it should be fine. It'll be fine. Nope. As long as I don't stop setting fire to the threads. Okay, so where's all of that? I've got all of that. Y'all saved my bacon on that D-ring. I will say that. All right, so asking for your grandkids. No, yeah, the Fortuna by ISY Sews is a really great pattern. I use it for my mini backpacks. I print that at, it's so big, the mini backpack is at 75%. So it is a really good bag. It's very versatile. It shrinks nicely. Oh, there we go. Come on here. So I'm just kind of top stitching my gusset. Alrighty. Come on. Let go. Give me the gusset. Yes, baby. Oh, like when my husband gets home, like the second he's in the door, the girl, Tiamat, she is right there, like mewing at him. It's just like if your kid comes when you come home and your kid's like, and then my day went like this, and then my day went like this, and Daddy Charlie wouldn't leave me alone. That cracks me up. It's just how she is. I don't know why it sounds like that to me in my head when she meows. It's that so loose in there. Okay, so notes already on this is going to be that I think I'm just going to put the lining together the way I like it, or just not top stitch it until I have this together so that it tacks that down. I might do it in pieces like I do the other, like I do the Fortuna, but check out how cute that gusset is. All right, so let me baste this together. See, normally this is like kind of messing with my head a little bit because normally I would go straight into the final assembly from here, but obviously I'm not. And I was thinking of adding boning into the zipper panel the way I like to do that. However, I really think it's going to be okay without it. Because there's structure in that handle and the front zipper panel is shorter. And if you do the itty bitty, you'll know that a shorter panel. Yeah, let me finish this side real quick. So I used to make corsets and I stopped because they are a small piece of hell for me. I got tired of fighting with them, so. Yeah, you were a little shorter. Why didn't I figure that out? Okay. So what I started doing, and I know the Classic uses this method as well. I was doing it a little bit before that, mainly because of the fact that, so the Erica, sometimes if the handles are too short, it pushes that together. And I didn't like that it was sinking in sometimes. So I have this plastic boning. And I found it. I had found some that I had spare, but then I bought like, what is this, like 10 yards, something, 50 yards of it. So this is plastic boning. As soon as I can find the bleeding end. I just saw it. There it is. So it's got this nice rigidness to it. And I don't straighten it out. I keep that curve and I put in between the lining and, I mean, obviously the lining and that. Like I could, that might not be a bad idea. Let me just go ahead and do it. It gives a little, over time, things are going to kind of start sagging no matter how well you interface something. It's just going to come from use. I have a friend that I used to send her bags so that I could see how long it would take her to destroy it. And then she would send it back about 6 months after, and I would take some notes. Okay, well, here's where it was weakest. And I noticed that any type of bag that had a zipper panel, it tended after a while to kind of sag in. I didn't say to answer it, you stupid phone. It tended to kind of sag in and then, or sag in, like this way. Now, I don't think this one will because I've got that Decoville light and this handle. But I've got a piece of boning. I measure out about what it's going to be. And I try to get it as close to the zipper as possible. I think I can do that here. Move that out of the way. So right now I'm sliding it in between this stitching right here. Now, fair warning, it makes it a little bit of a bitch to sew because that boning doesn't want to be as flexible anymore. Once you get it in here, it is like, oh, this is the rigidity you wanted. So it does kind of create a little bit more of a challenge, but once you, come on, I know you can fit in there. There we go. Madre de Dios. Of course, one side fits perfectly and the other doesn't. Oh, I know what's happening. It's catching. So I'm just using my lighter because I don't know how the other thing's going to work. I mean, that's usually what I would do anyways, or put a dollop of glue when I was doing corsets. There we go. Yep, that was the problem. It was catching. Come on. There we go. Why did you do that? And I just smooth it out again. Using my clips everywhere. Okay. So I had noticed it mainly with my Ericas. And I have anxiety about somebody coming back with a bag and saying, you know, or them not selling because it was doing that. But see, now you get, there we go. See, there we go. It's pushing down the sides. Here we are. It's going to just bounce right back. It is definitely one of the things I love doing for any of these bound gusset bags. I don't have to do it on like the itty bitty because that tiny zipper panel, it doesn't need any strength. That's fine. But just, I was also thinking, if you started adding the handles like the way they are on here onto your circle bags, it'd be so cute because then you wouldn't have to put the handle going across underneath, and it would save you on vinyl as well. And it would keep those D-rings out of here, and you don't have any of that bulk. Like this didn't add like any bulk here, really. But I'm really liking how that's, yeah, okay, so I'm glad I put that piece of bone. I'm not going to put it on the other side. I don't think it really needs it. Let me, Let's see if I can get this stitched, because yeah, I've got to do it from the other side. My lining ended up being a smidge tight, so we're gonna kind of have to make sure to keep that placed properly. I will say, if I have to adjust anything, I like adjusting it right here on that pocket piece. But we shall see. The zipper panel's fine because it got trimmed, so. Okay, I'm definitely going to have to move the tubes. Because the camera keeps getting hit with the gusset because the gusset's so long. Okay. So what I'm doing is kind of mainly pulling on my exterior a little bit to stretch it just a smidge to line up with everything and have it to where it's not too tight. There we go. All righty then. All right, now I just got to trim it. So on this one, I'm just doing it on the one side. I don't really feel like the smaller section needs it because it's also going to be really close to the front of the bag. It might not be a bad idea. So I'm going to try it with no boning in that front zipper. And if I don't like it, or if I feel like it did need it, then I'll definitely adjust that in my pattern notes. I have so many pattern notes. That doesn't make me like this bag any less. I still think the instructions are great. I'm just being a picky bitch and doing what I want. The nice thing is that you can get sheet boning on just about anywhere. You just want to go with the plastic. You don't really want to go with anything too expensive because then you're talking about metal boning and scraps everywhere, and whalebone and all of that, and just plain plastic boning. Okay, I am very happy with that. Yeah, that's a nice silhouette. I like it. Exactly. And again, it's not against the creator of that. And that's what I try to make sure everybody knows. Like, I'm not a big fan of the Rosie, but that's just me. I don't like the construction of the gusset. Okay, so I do something different with it. I mashed up the simplistic sling. I liked that gusset better, and did the and then did the front and back like the Rosie. I bought both patterns. I'm not selling a new pattern as my own, so I don't foresee an issue, but that lets you know which pattern makers you want to work with too, are the ones that are, if I had gotten any complaints about that, there would have been some words, but I have not. So gusset is done. Oh, well, like the trimming I like. The whole clipping and moving seams around. It's the uneven gusset. It doesn't bring me joy to work with that gusset. In fact, it usually brings me to the bar. So I just don't use it. Oh, now that I'm using black, I'm not going to be using those, am I? Well, I still have to use this one on the back, or else that's not going to work. So we adjust as we go. Put these up so they're not flung everywhere. Okay. Did I close this or did it die? I must have closed it. I do that sometimes. All right. So that is the gusset. Speaking of the Rosie, I wonder if I would want to do that instead. Because it's got them in the seam. But what if I did the way the Rosie's done on the back on this instead of... I think I like that better. Oh, why? Why are there so many clips on the floor? Lord, Mother de Dios. Why? Why? Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I mean, it means I could cut out a piece instead of... And then I'd still be able to use the wide rings so that it matches all the hardware. Okay, so I'm so sorry. I'm just muttering to myself, and this is kind of how things go when I do a new bag. I have to figure out how I want it to go. So let me put this aside for right now. The Rosie, that's what Jess and I are talking about, has, and again, it's a thing that I really like that the Rosie does. I like the way the back of it is. So I'm thinking I can cut out a strip real quick and do the hidden installation on here. And I would still be able to use my large rings if I wanted. I might still use the small ones though, because the large ring is so you can slip the strap through without any problems. How was the back put in? She uses gate rings in here, or just circle rings. I'm just trying to see how the how it sits. Okay, well, I'm definitely going to do the hidden part down here, so I need to figure out how big that needs to be. Here you are. Okay, so I'm thinking probably about 10. 10 would work. So what? Let me cut the piece real quick. Oh, I say real quick, and I've got to get like things moved around here. Here we are. Oh my God, why is there stuff everywhere? That'll be fine, because yeah, I've got an idea then for that. just a moment. I'll be right back. I'm right over here at the cutting table cutting out this connector. That's my good. It feels like it's fake. Like that. Okay, why not? We'll do it. All right, now I'm cutting it. Oh, sure. We'll just put it on the floor. That works too. Trying to use random hardware that I have more than just, you know. Okay, so I've cut because this is not part of the pattern, I'll let you know what I cut. I cut out a 10 by 3 inch piece. And that is because I'm using 1.5 hardware. My ruler. I'm going to mark a line down the center. I'm going to find my tape because I don't think y'all understand just how much I have everything everywhere all at once. It is so Michelle Yao up in this place right now. I cannot deal. So after this bag, even after this live, even I might have to take an hour or so and just clean. Too much chaos in my brain just shuts down. Okay. So I'm going to fold this in half. And I'm using a contrast because I do want it to show up. If I could have used the same color and it just kind of would have blended in a little bit more, but I'm not about blending in. So I also like to break up large solid pieces. Okay. So what's going to happen is I'm going to insert these ends into the bag and they'll get folded around like that. And then this is going to be sewn on top of it. And the D-rings will be onto each side. Like that. Okay, like that. And this is a technique from the Rosie from Knotted Threads. And I do like that. It's going to keep it out of the seam and it's going to keep it out of those curves. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. Okay, so Jess, do you sew this thing first or do you put it on? I'm trying to remember. Oh, dang, I had that folded right too. Just need to make sure it's in the middle here. I mean, I can look it up. I've got the pattern here. Okay, let's see if I can make this work. Okay. Now, the choice, of course, is also, do I want an extra piece of stabilizer on the back? I think I do. I've got enough scraps. And I don't have to actually adhere it. I can just stick it down and it'll be fine. Probably could just use 2 pieces. Yeah, I'm just going to use 2 pieces. Oh no, that one will work. There we go. Okay. All right. So I'm putting a piece of stabilizer on the back. I'm just going to kind of I just want to make sure that it holds nicely. But if I like how this method works, then we will be doing this on the next one. Because I definitely want to make another one because I want to see if I can do this without all the issues that I have created. Okay. But it is 10 to 3. I really should get something to eat. Okay. There we go. I'm just kind of sticking it on here. It's not going to be that. The corners aren't going to be in the seam allowance enough for me to be bothered by it. Okay. Now, define my lines. Again, it's a little bit of experimenting, figuring things out. Or my tape can just fall to the ground. That works too. Okay. I'm going to top stitch it 1/8. No, I'm going to top stitch it at 1/4. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to look up the freaking... Nope, that's not what I wanted. Help if I press the right button. It's a very old iPad, so I probably could have it. That's fine. Oh, nice. Okay, top stitch at 3/8. Alrighty, that's what it was. Yeah, I had a feeling. Oh, shoot. Well, if I sew through the tape, I sew through the tape, don't I? Still on 2 dots for that. Oh, and I did miss the tape. Good. Whoop. All right, so I went ahead and top stitched it down 3/8. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to have to mark with an actual pen because next drawer. Okay. There we go. All right, I'm having to mark with a permanent pen because I just can't see the other mark. See some of them, okay. All right, so I'm gonna cut. Oh, I need to make that bigger though. It would normally be a 1-inch mark, but I'm using 1.5-inch hardware. So on this one, I've got 1.5-inch total piece. Okay, so here we go. Definitely have to get new blades. There we go. I'm gonna use paper. Oh, that was a weird noise. Look at that. Okay. With any type of recessed anchoring, you want to make sure that you don't overcut. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to put a piece of tape on the inside. Right about, yep, there we go, 1/8 of an inch from that line. Okay, so we're going to put it, and you want to make sure that it's, if you have a directional fabric, that it's right side up. I'm just going to stick this right in here. We might have to make the hole bigger. There we go. Because you don't want it to pucker like that's doing. So, and make sure that if you do enlarge the hole, you enlarge the hole the same, in the same direction on each side. There we go. Okay. You don't want it to like be able to really wiggle. Oh, yeah. Okay. I really don't think I need the tape, but we're still going to go ahead and just set that down, mainly so that it stays nice and straight. Goes over there. And I'm going to sew. Let's see if I can move you so you're in a better position. That's a little better. Okay. So I'm going to go right above and then I think it's supposed to be like 1/4 of an inch. Yes. Still going to end up doing this a little bit more my way than but we'll see how that goes. That was interesting. Okay, I'm going to slide on my D-rings. Slide on the other one. I put tape on that side. I did. Okay. I can already tell I'm going to need that just a smidge. Okay. So I'm actually folding mine in half and then shoving it through and then fiddling it so it kind of sits right. Making sure. If I miss any questions or comments, just let me know. Never mind. Kind of looking at 3 screens at once most of the time. Okay. So this can be a little challenging. This, come on. Okay, there we go. Well, this is challenging because you've got to kind of like bend it like Beckham, so that you can get this piece sewn. You got to make sure that you don't accidentally sew over the strap itself. How many stitches did I do? Just 2. There. Okay. So this is what you should have, or what you will have if you're doing this method. So I'm stretching those out, hoping that this is nice and straight. All right. I'm going to take my ruler. Here we go. Just trying to make sure that it actually sits nice and straight. Class and fancy free. There we go. Okay, so now we have that. Now we're going to sew a box around. Now, again, this looks much larger than it normally would because I'm using larger hardware. Okay. There you are. Damn it, it still did. It's okay, it just looks like her hair. Yeah, that's good. Random backstitch there. That'll be fun. All right. And then it just needs a couple of rivets, and that'll keep those tight. And that's that. Let me get... Oh, because it really might be time for Liz to go get some lunch, get some food, lunch or not. Yeah, that's the right one. Put it right here. Right there feels good. I'm shaking my head because I love how strong this punch is. And it goes through like everything. It just makes me happy. Because it's the first punch that I've ever been able to like get to work for me. So, alrighty. I think I'm trying to decide if I wanted to use this vinyl or if I wanted to use a piece of webbing. Where are you at? So I think I'll make that decision after I get some food because I still need to rivet these as well. So I'm going to hop off here. I hope y'all all enjoyed. And yeah, I definitely know I need food when I'm just loopy as all get out. All right. I will talk to y'all later. So goodbye to the tubes. Goodbye.